All right, guys, welcome to another session for Java. And today's class is going to be on array and collections. The question that we're trying to answer in today's class is there a way we can store a list of data with just one variable name? Instead of having multiple names of variables filling up the page and the code, is there a better way to store data, multiple data, with just one variable name? And even think about how can we create a variable that stores not just a fixed number of data, but that's something that can expand uh, based on the need of storage, something flexible. So that's what we're going to talk about today with arrays and collections. Now, this is probably going to be the most technical class that you're going to see. After that, it gets a little bit better. You just piece together some puzzles, and I'll warn you that this was a tough class for me when I was a student. And also, I didn't have a good teacher to explain the whole shebang to me. Uh, and I just had bits and pieces of understanding. And when you go for an interview, the interviewer is going to ask you some questions in this area, and the interviewer knows that this is the probably the most complex part of Java. And if you shine in this area, pretty much you got the job. And if you shine too much in this area, it might even scare the interviewer because if you're very comfortable with arrays and collections, that just says either you've studied this very well and you have a very good logical base understanding, and you might compete with whoever is trying to hire you. Um, it can go both ways. I know if I ask my candidate, if I try to interview, and if this candidate knows a lot more and shows me a lot more confidence than I would have on arrays and collections, that would kind of scare me a bit in my company that maybe this guy is going to excel over me. Um, that sort of thing. So, I mean, it's worth it. If you are very good with this, then you can do so much with Java. Okay. What do we have? We got same structure here. We have the project, and I'll go over these questions with you first before we get started. And for today's lecture, I have 3 questions. I wanted to break it down into smaller. Kind of felt like last weekend's homework was, even though it was just one question, it was a bit heavy. This is not going to be that heavy. You will at least feel like you may be able to do, if not all, some of them. So that'll be an accomplishment. You should be able to do all of them because I'll go over them with you. And I have a bonus question here. Uh, so if you don't want to get to the bonus question, that is totally fine. I just think that you must know how to handle these 3 questions because we're going to be using the skills in Selenium. So uh, that's why it's very important. Otherwise, you'll be lost when I cover Selenium topic. Bonus question, if you can handle this, that puts you in a very, very good state. Um, so I would highly recommend that. Tools, these are the notes. I have condensed it. I'll go over this with you, but it's sectioned off with arrays and and whatnot, it will make sense to you when I cover these topics today. That's all there is to it, as a matter of fact, on arrays and collections. It can be a huge chapter, but if you know these keywords and ideas, you should be a pretty good software engineer from Java's perspective. These are the examples that I'm going to cover in the class, and I'll create classes for all of these. I don't know how much I can finish, but we'll see. And I'll post the code in this section here that says code snippet. Extra practice, I have 2 links here. If you click on array, it's going to take you to additional questions on arrays and questions on collections by clicking here. Any questions before we proceed?
No.
Okay. You'll notice that the homework solutions, I have probably taken it out of here, and I created another page called solutions. And in here, I will continue posting the homework solutions, and I'll be posting multiple versions because sometimes there may be a variation of how students answer the question. And if I think that there's something learning I take away from that, then I will post various solutions of the same question. You will notice it's going to be under that particular class topic, which is control statements. I have 2 versions here. One is the one I did on Thursday, and the other one, this is the one I did on Thursday. But this one, Loretta started this one, and she wasn't able to finish. She went halfway, but as I tried to finish her approach, looked like to me that her approach was simpler than what I tried to do here. So you can even try that out and see what kind of logic she had. I believe I liked Tony's as well. He didn't add this word add. He had a plus minus. So that eliminates the necessity of using dot equals ignore case, because I don't think there's a uppercase and a lowercase for positive and negative symbols. So that would have been a pretty good way to go. You don't have to use the word add. You can structure it the way you want to. The question is not how you get there, it's whether you can get there. And if you find shortcut ways, you should always take that, because nobody's going to, at the end of the day, look into your code and say, no, you're not supposed to do it this way. They're only going to look at what's the input and am I getting the output. So I'll post it here. Let's move on with array. Array, the whole point of array is all these times we have been storing data, one piece of data in one piece of variable, one spot. But now things are getting more sophisticated. We need one variable name that's capable of storing multiple data, probably even unlimited data. And Java is capable of doing that. So let's get started. I'm going to create a project here, Java project, and call this arrays and collections. And don't create the module. Open perspective. And there we have it. It's always organized alphabetically. I know it's very tiny, you all can't see, but I've had a zoomed in class on this, so I don't want to spend too much time on this. Y'all already know how to do that. In the source folder, I'm going to go create a package called arrays and collections. Package name always lowercase. And let's start with this first class in that called array1. And let's get started here. Do a block comment and take some notes. Was there a question?
No, not at all.
So arrays and collections. Let's talk about, well, we need arrays collections to store multiple data under the same variable name. Okay. We're going to first talk about arrays and what it is. It is a built-in Java system. Okay, Java comes with this. You don't have to create anything. And when I mean by create, you don't have to create like the magic stick for scanner we had to create. You don't have to create anything. It uses a symbol, and that is this square brackets, square bracket symbol. Whenever you see this square bracket, know that that is an array. It has to be followed by the square bracket symbol followed by a variable type, such as int, string, and so forth. All right. And lastly, it can only store a set number of data. Okay, that's it. That's all you need to know. Now, how are we going to use that? Let me take this first example here. Comment this out and bring this in one place. All right. So the question is asking me, store 5 strings in an array. So let me just go here and do that. If I wanted to store 5 strings in an array, in the past, I would have to do string, let's say S1, or suppose I wanted to store name, I might say name1 equals John. With me so far?
Yes.
And I would have to copy this down here for 5 more.
Yeah.
And I would have to change this to 3, 4, and 5. And then change the value to Amy Jason, Mike, and Sam. And now with that, I have 5 pieces, 5 different spots. Java is going to create a spot for me for John, and it's going to store that totally separate from where Amy is going to be stored. It's going to call that name 1 and name 2, and Jason. All of them are going to be separate. And the way I would try to get them or print them is just by using their particular name. But that's a lot of naming, and this takes up a lot of space, extra lines of code. Arrays give us a solution that if I already know, if I know that I only need 5 data that I need to store, and it's not going to increase or decrease, then I can go ahead and use something called array, which the way I would do that is I would just take this variable type, copy that, and I would put third bracket just like that, right? Or square bracket. Once I do that, immediately Java knows you're trying to add more than one data into the string. It's waiting for a variable name for you, okay? Just like this, you can name it whatever you want to. A good way to name this, you want to make it plural, because you know that string with this bracket, it's telling you that it's going to have more than one name. So you might want to call it names instead of just name. That way your audience knows that there's not just one name stored inside this, there's more than one. Now what you do is you do the same thing, the same equal sign that you had before, except now having one of these, you can have all of these. And at this point, Java is dynamic enough to understand how many storage he needs to create for you and fix it so that you can't remove anything, you can't delete anything. How are you going to write those names? It has to be inside curly braces. Semicolon to close, you go ahead and do that first. And inside this curly braces, you go ahead and list these names. So John, right there, and you put a comma, and take the next one. With me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
Okay. And then you take this right here, Mike, and Sam. And as I'm typing this, copy pasting this data in here, Java is automatically creating space for me. How? He has now created a space, but it's all one connected space in the memory of the computer. And in the memory, on that same block of space, he has broken these into 5 chunks, okay, and gave it a number. And what do you think this first number will start with? Take a guess.
0.
0, correct. Java always starts with 0, even though that's like the first data should be 1. Sorry, it's confusing with Java. You just have to minus 1 from it all the time. So this is 0. This is going to be index 1, all right? And this is how this symbol is being used here. Java is storing this like an index. 0, index 1, 2, 3, and 4. So the 5th number data is actually stored in number 4 index. right? And this name is the overarching name for all of these. Everybody uses the same variable name that you gave with a specific index. So if you wanted to print out the name John, or you wanted to get the name John, all you have to do is write the word names, and then inside this square bracket, put the number of index 0. It's gonna give you John. If you put the index 3, what's that gonna give you? What name? It's gonna give you Mike. If you place index 4, it's gonna give you Sam. If you place index 5, what's that gonna give you? It's gonna give you an error.
Nothing.
So let's take a look at it. So if I wanted to now print this out, if I just say system.out, if I take this names, the variable name, and if I just print it out like this, it's gonna give me nothing. So let me just show you. Look at that. Can you make anything out of that? No. So if you print out array like that, you're gonna get nothing. Because he's like, you were not specific enough of what you want. This has more than one variable. What do you really want? So if I wanted Jason, I would put third bracket or square bracket. And now it's giving me an error because it's telling me what number are you trying to get to? Who can tell me what will be the index number for me to get Jason?
2.
It will be 0, 1, 2. Correct. 2 is the correct answer. So if I put 2, and now if I run the program, it's going to print out Jason for me. Okay? That goes to this particular question. So I'm going to just copy this here, cut and paste it right here. Any question about how to set up an array?
Nope.
And how to retrieve data from an array? All right. Can I change the strings and print that string? Meaning, can I change a value and see if it changes? Sure. First, let's say I wanted to change this name Amy to Emily. So first, I gotta find which index Amy is stored in. And what will be the index for Amy?
1.
1.
It will be 1, correct. 0 and 1. Therefore, I would take this name right here, and if I put index 1, and now if I put an equal sign, remember equal is assignment symbol, and if I say Emily, okay, that's it. Java will take this name Emily and look for where index 1 is, change whatever that was there, because there's an equal sign, we'll assign that in there. That means this Amy will get replaced by Emily. Understand? If I wanted to print it out now to see if it really changed, then I will go here and do system out. And now if I say names open, close, 1. Take a look at this. If I print this before changing, we got Jason from this one, Amy from this one, and now I change to Emily, and then I'm going to print this after I change this. So I'll copy this line, place it right here, run it. Jason for this one, Amy for before changing, and Emily after changing.
Got it.
This data is no longer Amy, it's Emily after it runs this command. But every time you run it, it starts going through the first line through all the way end. When it hits this line, guess what? It is assigning Amy every time. And when it hits line number 29, it's no longer Amy, it becomes Emily. And then it moves on, okay? Next, display the length of an array. If you wanted to know how many data is stored in an array, all you have to do is, since I'm going to display, I'm going to use system out. There is a method called length. If you take the names, the variable name for that array, paste it here, and put a dot, it comes with some magic spell. One of the magic spell is called length. If you select that, that's it. It doesn't have any open or close parentheses either because it's systems built in. Nobody wrote a method for this one. So if I run this now, it's going to print out the length right up here after Emily. Right there. Notice it didn't tell me the length is 4. Why is that? Didn't our index start from 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4? Why didn't Java tell me the length was 4?
Because it just counts however many there is. It's just a placeholder that's 0 for John.
Exactly. So these two things can be contradicting to you sometimes, but always know that even though Java numbered it different, but when you ask for length, he's gonna count it like a human being. He's gonna count this as 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and say there's 5 items in that array, even though he has stored in indexes, which is always 1 minus from the size of the array. Clear?
Yes.
Let's move on to the next. Display all the elements of an array and sort it out. All right. Now, there is a way to display all of these items in an array in a simple way. And that is, you just have to know this method name. So you saw that earlier, if I wrote that and just put names right here, as we used to do, but this guy is not a normal variable. He is an array. If I hover over, notice it tells me what characteristic that has. If I print it out now, it's not going to print anything. It's not going to print the list of data that's in it. But what if I wanted to see what's in there in a very fast, easy way? What you have to do is use a built-in function called arrays dot toString, or sometimes called deep toString. So arrays with the capital A. If you say that, it's built in, so it immediately gives you some magic spell. You don't have to create this like scanner. Scanner was somebody made it. It wasn't part of Java. Therefore, you have to create a magic stick for scanner. But arrays, you don't have to. Just like string, you don't have to. Arrays, if you write that word and put a dot, gives you a bunch of magic spell. And the one you want to use is called toString or deep toString, whichever you prefer. There's a whole lot of other ones for different data types. ToString object, we can also use this one. Whenever you see the word object, if I zoom in, are you able to see a zoomed in screen right now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So notice that there's ToString byte, double. You know we used int. That's there. There's object. The beauty of this baby object is if you don't know what data type it is, you can just choose this object and it will be smart enough to figure it out for you. That's what I love about that. So I know I've been looking for a string. I don't see it. So if I use this called object, that will do it for me. And I'm going to select that and hit enter. And it's going to bring that out up here. Let me zoom out. And now it's smart enough to tell me that, hey, you got these things that you might want to be using. One of them is names. I know that I was going to use that. That was the array that I wanted to. So if you now select that and pass it here, so arrays.toString, and then pass the name of the array that you have created, you should be able to print it out and get some data out of this now. So let me run it. And notice that gibberish is gone, and now you have the data that you had stored way up here. John, Emily, doesn't have the quotations, but same data. And notice Java added this third bracket, square bracket in here. This is how they come, but there's nothing much you can do about this. It's gonna get printed just like that every time. Okay, any questions about that?
No.
Okay, now notice how it's printed out and it's not sorted out. Okay, you can sort this. And there's another function called arrays.sort. Let's see what does it have. So what I'll do is I'm going to sort the array. So arrays dot, if I type in sort, there's a whole bunch of options here, parallel sort and stuff, but I just want to go to regular sort. And I'm looking for string, but I don't see string. I see object. That's fine for me. I'll take this particular one and notice inside object is asking you to enter or pass the array that you created. This with this symbol is trying to tell you this is what you have to put in or pass into these brackets, which is not given. You should know that whichever I created. So if I select that, this bracket opens up, and in this bracket is where I have to pass a name of an array I created. The name of an array I created is called names. So I select that, hit enter. Now it has sorted that data for me ascending order. It only does ascending order. At this point, if I try to print out, I would do same thing, this particular line. I take that and print it out here and run it. Notice in the first line, it has printed out exactly the way I had saved it. John, Amy, Jason. Well, Amy got changed to Emily. But when I sorted and printed out, Emily is the first one to be printed out for me. Okay, and then Jason and John and Mike. Do you think the indexes have changed now? Or will the index stay the same?
Indexes have not changed,
Yeah, I think it's alphabetical. I don't think the index necessarily changed.
unless it did. I don't know.
I don't know. It's just a guess. I don't know.
Okay, let's check it out. So suppose I wanted to print Emily. If I say names and then open close in here, put 0, if all these indexes got changed, then with 0, I should be getting Emily, correct? So if I run
Yeah.
this with 0, now notice the index got changed.
Oh, is it?
Okay, so it does change.
Yes, so when you do a sort function, it will sort the data and it becomes permanent. And Emily will
So
become,
it is a permanent change.
yes.
How do you do descent?
Yeah, could you do it descending so that it's instead of alphabetical that way it goes the other direction?
There is there may be a quick option of doing that, which I don't know, but you can look it up. That
Got it.
would be something I would like to learn if you can find it. I couldn't
Mhm.
find it yet, but
Is
I can.
there any way that you can like display it how it went like alphabetically, but instead of it being a permanent change, just temporary, just so you can see it, or would it only just be permanent always?
That is a good
Like-
question too. I don't have the answer to,
Okay.
but I will look into it, and if I find the answer, I'll let you know. But that's a very good question. Like, what if you wanted to display it in just ascending, but not
Yeah,
permanent?
like let's say you were just wanting to look it up, like just, quickly, but you're not wanting to necessarily change it.
Yeah,
You're just wanting to view it. I don't know. I was just curious, but
totally makes sense. Yeah, and that could be very useful. I just at this point don't know how to.
no worries.
Now display all the elements using a loop. Here's how it comes in very handy. And look, you can't just print this data like this. And you have to access the data. You have to manipulate the data. There's a lot to do with it. If you just print it like this, arrays.toString, and then put the names in there, it's gonna print it out like this. It's not gonna it's not gonna give you access to individual data. Also, you won't be able to manipulate this data in through that printing. But what if I wanted to print it out like this? Emily, and then Jason, and then John in a specific order, or just like without these brackets and commas and stuff like that. In that case, you have to use loop. And as a matter of fact, you will never use this in automation. You are always going to be using the loop. It is a bit more complex to do that, but sorry, you must know how to loop through this array and get what you want or not. And there's an example for us to do that. I'll show you later, but let me show you how to print with the loop. Let's do the for loop, which is we're pretty familiar with at this point. What's the first word I need to write for loop?
For loop?
Yeah.
For.
For,
Good. And then what?
And then your conditions.
brackets,
Open close parenthesis.
curly
Then
brace,
your
Open close
Yeah, open close curly brace.
curly brace.
curly brace.
Go inside the curly brace, hit an enter.
Yep.
Now, inside this first open close parenthesis goes your condition. Condition has how many parts?
3 parts.
3 parts. First part is called what?
Well, you're naming the condition.
You are initializing.
Or yeah, sorry, initializing. Yeah.
So initialization is nothing but just creating a variable and giving it a number 0. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So because we're going to put number 0, it has to be what variable type?
Int.
Int.
So you type the word int, you give it the name. You don't need a fancy name for this. If you want to have a fancy name, you can. But nobody cares about this particular name because this name is only going to be used in this loop. It has no relevance whatsoever. That's why you just use the letter I. Got it?
Yep.
Keep it short. And it's you assign 0. That's your first part. This is called initialization. You initializing a variable with the value of 0. That's what you're going to try to control. You're going to use that value of this I to control how many times it's going to loop around. Because if you don't control this for is such a magic word. This can go on forever and it will never stop. It's like a machine, it will never stop. So you have to devise this machine so that you can control when it stops. Second part is this is where you want to say when to stop it. Okay? You gotta say when to stop it. And that always start with this I and always put this less than symbol. Okay? Always put a less than symbol. Can you do it with less than or equal to, greater than or equal to? Sure. Don't go there unless you're an expert and you have a valid reason for doing that. Now we know we're gonna print these 5 items. How many times do I need to rotate this?
5 times.
5 times.
So 4.
If I put 4, yeah, I could do that.
Oh, sorry. 5.
Correct. I could put 5. But what if I don't know the length? What if I don't know that there's 5 items there?
Okay. Then you can do names.length.
Correct. I don't need to know what is the length of that. Right now, I know that there's 5 items. I could probably put 5 and get away with that. Watch this. I could put 5, and then my last part is called what?
Oh, the incrementation. That'll increase.
Correct. Incrementation or decrementation, and usually we don't do decrementation because that's pretty. It's not so easy for human to understand this. Always positive is better than going down, negative. So you just take this I and close your eyes and put plus plus. That's going to increment each time the I's value will end up being a 1, being a 2, being a 3, 4. And when it reaches 4, it's good. When it reaches 5, it's going to break. So it's going to start with 0, and it's going to start with this guy. Excuse me. So when it's about 0, it's going to start with Jason, then Amy. Sorry, Jason, Amy. As a matter of fact, it got changed. So it's going to start with Emily, Jason, John, Mike, and then Sam. That will become the index that we're going to want. With me so far? Okay.
Yep, we're with you.
Now that we have set it up, all I have to do is print them. And for printing, it's the same code, system.out. In here, I'm going to take the variable name, which is called names, which is the array name, names. And I have this open and close square bracket. Now he's asking me, what is the index number? Pop quiz. Am I going to put index 1? If I did that, what's going to happen?
It's just going to print whatever is in that position 5 times.
So looking at this, what can you tell me? Whose name is going to get printed out 5 times?
Jason.
Jason. So let me run this and watch this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times he looped around and he stopped and printed out that. But what if I didn't want to print out Jason's name 5 times? I wanted it to print out Emily first, then Jason, then John. What do I need to change this 1 with?
I think you have to do 0,
So if I change this,
1, 2, 3, or 4. Yeah. Just
like
put the numbers.
just put
Yeah.
0,
0, comma, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 4. I think. Yeah.
like that,
Yeah.
it's gonna
Print everything.
It's just going to print out whatever's in that spot over again 5 times.
well, it's giving me an error. It's not even gonna let me do
Allow
it. If I run this now, it's telling me error exists. Okay,
Mm.
and proceed with launch, no, cancel. So it's not even gonna let me do that. Can you think of something? Think of a something in here that is constantly changing each time it's looping around.
I.
Exactly. What's happening to this variable I?
It's always incrementing up until 4.
Correct. So first time when the loop enters this code, what is the value of this I?
0.
0. So if I just put the letter I,
Okay, I see what you're saying.
okay,
Yeah, it'll progress the whole set.
yeah, let me load up my pencil tool here. Take a look at this. This is the beauty of for loop with arrays. If you choose the value or whatever the value is for that guy, you don't have to write extra lines of code. He's getting changed every time. First time, he's going to enter the loop with the value of 0. So he's going to come in here and execute this code with names in bracket, name index 0, and it's going to print Emily. He's going to, after he's done with this, soon as he hits this end, he's going to increment it. This becomes a 1. Value of I becomes a 1. Okay? Then he enters this block of code, and the value of I becomes a 1, and he prints out Jason. When he hits that, he goes to this last part, he increments the value of I to a 2, enters the loop again, goes in here, I's value is now 2. You understand the whole story here?
Yeah.
So if I just change the value right here, the index to this I, because this I is getting incremented every cycle, I don't have to put a real number here.
Yeah. It does it for you.
All right. So if I run this now, watch this. There's Emily, Jason, John, Mike, and Sam got printed out on every single rotation. The other beauty is, what if I don't know that there's 5 elements in there? If I had to hard code 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, what if someday it has 6 or 10? Then my program is going to crash. I can't do that. So if you have the value of I, you don't even have to worry about how many it has, how many data it has. You're probably asking, well, Stein, you've already put 5 in here. You're saying that you already know 5. Well, I don't have to. I could put this particular skill that you just learned is display the length of the array. And look at this. If you just do names dot length, didn't that give you the number 5 or whatever the length of that array was? Therefore, I could replace this value 5 and not have that hard coded. I want that to be flexible. I could just write the word names dot length, because names dot length in this particular case will give me 5. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yes.
Guess what? If, watch this. Yeah, let me run it first. If I run this, it's gonna run the same way. There's no difference. There you go. Emily, Jason, John, Mike, and Sam. But suppose I hard coded this by mistake. I put a 5 in here, but a next developer came in, went into this particular class. Don't think you're gonna create a class and nobody's gonna look at it. It's gonna be part of a big, like a book. This array 1 is like a page in that book, and everybody's writing codes in that book. Okay? And sometimes they're gonna jump into your page and they're going to write some codes to extend some things, to create something additional. So they may go in here and say one day, oh, I need one more name here. I actually want to put my name here called Stein in the beginning. All right. So I just added a name. Now guess what? If I run this, do you think this is going to run?
No.
Actually, it might, because it has 6. This condition might still work, but is it going to print all 6 names?
No, it only print up until that point.
Notice it only printed
Mhm.
First 5.
Yes,
but
right.
it didn't print my name. Okay.
Yeah.
So it will still do okay, but it's not going to print. It's going to miss out 1, and that might mess up your data. But what happens if somebody comes in and deletes this, and now you only have 4, but your loop is saying 5? If I run this now, you get an error. You get something called exception. Java does not say the word error. Java will tell you exception, the word exception. When you see that word, you know there is a mistake. You can read a little bit farther to find where your mistake is, and it's not a clear way it's going to tell you, but you have to kind of jump and read. All right. Here's where it's kind of giving you a hint. It's called array index out of bounds. Out of bounds meaning this array index that you put in 5, there's only 4 things in there, but you put in 5. He's trying to get number 5. He can't find it. The index 5, when it comes down here, it doesn't find it. Index 4 out of bounds for length 4. Look at that last number, that 43. Who can tell me what that 43 is? Hmm?
I think it's the line here.
Number.
Correct. It's the line number right here. So if you look at some bits and pieces in here, there are clues telling you exactly where the mistake is, but not 100% accurate. You know this is not the problem, although it failed right here. When he tried to put in the value of 4, value of 4, because 5, it canceled out when it tried to hit 5. When it put value of 4, it's actually 3. This 0, 1, 2, and 3. There's no more index 4 here. So down here, when you try to put 4, it failed. It's telling you that. But that doesn't mean that your error is right here. You have to be smart enough to understand it failed here because I got to fix something right here. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Now, generally, I can tell you if your error is here, either your error, this number is going to tell you, sometimes it's going to be right there. You got to fix that. But if it's not going to be the next line. It's going to be the line before. If that's not the case, it's going to be the line before. Okay? So that is the last line you need to check your code first. And if that's not the issue, then check one line before that. If that's not the issue, check another line before that. It's always going to be somewhere down before that has gotten messed up. And guess what? We messed it up right here. Way up here. If I added one more data here, this would go okay. But who's going to mess with that? Why can't I just change this? I don't care how many data is in that array. I can just write names.length, whatever that length is, and it will do it for me. And it will pass every time. Okay? So I'm going to change this to an I. Sorry. And now if I run this, no problem. I got those 4 names. If somebody comes in and keeps adding names, Tony, and Shobuz. All right, I just added 2 more names. Let's add one more. Haley. See, I don't have to worry about this loop anymore. Because no matter what the length becomes, this function names.length will be able to pick it up and do it for me. And I can have my eyes closed. And I run this right now. And it's going to print out all the extra names that I did. It didn't print Tony.
No.
What just happened?
Yeah. Tony's up there.
Tony's got replaced with Emily.
No, I see the Tony up. Shobuz, then Tony, then Emily.
Like right.
Okay. Not here. Go up.
All right.
See the Shobuz?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Tony's name got replaced by Emily. But remember that particular code right here?
Yeah, so everything after that, whoever's in that spot will always be Emily now.
Yeah, somebody messed it up. But if I block this code out and don't replace Tony with Emily, then if I run this, look at that. It didn't get replaced. And it printed all of them in sorted order. Any question?
I have a question.
Yes.
Where's my name?
Oh, sorry. Okay. I'll add that.
Just kidding.
That's fine. There you go. Let's check it out. Run it. And run. Where are you? Right there. All right. So this is how you want to do this. You want to create a loop, and your loop I has to be used somewhere here inside. And length, no longer you put in a 5 or a 10. From now on, we're going to be putting length that is dynamic. Dynamic meaning something that can change anytime. And names.length function is dynamic. It will change as the length of the array changes. Any question before we move on to the next topic?
No questions.
All right. So let me uncheck this and see what we got here. Next question, store 5 numbers, display all elements of an array using for each loop. Let's take 5 minutes break for you to marinate this, and I'm going to teach you something super fancy. This is called for each loop. This is a very stylish loop, by the way, and not everybody knows how to handle this, especially if they didn't learn it well. But I'm going to teach you very simply, and you can make your code much less and show off. So let's come back after 5 minutes and we'll talk about for each loop. Hey, are you guys back?
Yep, we're back.
Okay, awesome. All right, let's get started with this for each loop, and we're gonna store 5 numbers in an array and display the sum of the array. Okay, let's see if we can handle this. So I'm gonna call this class for each loop. For each. Can you name me some of the loops that you learned so far?
For loop, while, and do while.
Correct. So far you've learned. Let me do this here. Oops. So in loops, you've learned one, it's called for loop. And when I ask you for which Java statement do you need to handle this with, and in the interview, they're going to ask you, hey, I got a situation like this. What are you going to have to do? You're going to have to say these words. You cannot minus anything. You have to say, I'm going to use either if statement or for loop. I'm going to use switch. Those kinds of things. Dot equals ignore case. Those are things that you have to tell in the interview, and they're going to be wanting to see if you know those methods and stuff. So for loop, while loop, and do while loop. And now you're going to learn another one called for each loop. Okay, and that's it. There's no more loops out there. And if you got this 4 down and you know how to use one, and one of these is always better in the in unique situations, and it's good to know all of them, then you're good to go. Let's see how we're going to handle that. Let me copy this question here and paste it. Take these extra lines off and block comment this out. Put a couple of enters to give me some space. Store 5 numbers in an array. Let's do that. Tony, 5 numbers, okay? What kind of data type do I need?
Int.
Int, or
Well,
you want to go double?
or double.
If you
Yeah,
go double, that also uses int.
yeah, I just want to say so.
And now, because I wanted to store 5, I'm not going to have 5 of these, because now we know how to create an array. What do I need to type in here?
The square bracket.
The square bracket. As soon as I put square bracket, Java is now ready. He's asking me, give me a name and tell me how many numbers you want to store. So we'll call it numbers. Notice with an S, I am saying plural.
Yeah.
To make you understand that this is not going to have only a singular one number. It's going to have more than one. And equal to, open, close curly braces, close, and you can put as many numbers as you want in here. We'll just put some random numbers. I don't need quotations. So let's say 25, 36, 12, 13, and 50. Okay. Any question on me how I created this variable spot? If you want to look at from Java's perspective, let me bring this down here. And a pen tool. None of this is working. Close this out, open it up. What index, Tony, will be 36 located in?
1.
It would
1.
be 1, correct. What index, Haley, would 13 be located in?
It's 3.
It's gonna be 3. Correct. So it's going to be blocked out like that. And you got 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Haley, what is the length of this array?
The length would be 5, right? Because it counts it like a human.
Correct. The length is going to be 5, but the very last index is going to be 5
4.
minus 1. Oops, I can't write 1. And it becomes 4, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
last index. Always. Okay? Now, display all elements of an array using for each loop. Let's see how that works. We've done how to do for loop in the last example. And now for each loop, what you do is you write the word for. You have the same open close parenthesis, open close curly braces, go inside curly brace, hit an enter. Okay? Same. Where it's different is in this condition right here. This condition starts with, so for each loop, the syntax for that is for, open, close, and close. Here you have your block of code. First thing, you have to mention what data type. Okay, what data type? Just like you have instantiated a variable like this, you're gonna say the same thing. The data type for this particular case is double. If it was a string, you will write string. Okay? So first thing comes data type. And just like you had for loop, you wrote int I equals 0. It is kind of the same. You are actually saying data type and you're giving it a name. Generally, if it's also a letter that you're gonna give a name of. So we're gonna call it data type and variable name. Nothing different. Just like you wrote double numbers is the same thing. Data type and then a name that you get to create. All right. So far, so good there. However, this is not gonna be the same name as this guy that you created. This is a brand new name that you're gonna give it, only going to be used for the loop. Kind of like the int I that we saw in the previous one. With me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
And the last part, here's where it's different. You put colon and you write the name of the array or array name. That's it. The rest, Java does it for you, and I'll explain how it does things, okay? Let's go back in here and do it for this particular case. So first, I'm going to name it. I'm going to call this the data type because I know the data type is double. I must use the data type double. I got no choice there. If I don't, I know I'm going to use this for this particular array. That means I need to know what data type is that array right there. If I use a wrong one, it's going to give me an error and say data type mismatch exception. So double. Now you get to choose a name. You can call it D if you want to for short, and you put a colon like that. If it was a for loop, we would put int I instead, letter I. But for each loop, we're going to use whatever the letter that data type represents. So double, we're going to use D. If it's an int, I would use I. If it is a string, I would use the letter S. Understand?
Yes.
Now you write the name of the array that holds all the data, which happens to be what?
Numbers.
Numbers, correct. So this guy holds all the data and you put that name right there. What's happening is Java is going to take it's going to loop through as many times as it needs to cover how many data there is. You don't even have to say dot length. Nothing. He is smart. He is looking at this and saying, oh, okay, there's 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things there. I'm just going to rotate 5 times. I got this. All right. And each time I'm going to rotate, that D right here will become a piece of this. With me so far?
Yes.
First time, it's gonna give me that data. Guess what? This is not even an index. Just like the other for loop where we had I equals 0 was an index, I don't even have to write names with the bracket and this D in there. I don't need even to do that.
It just automatically
It's
goes to the whole array.
correct. It's automatically fetching the data for me. The D on the first round is gonna give me that data. I don't even have to say the name of the variable at all. Automatically, D is that second round data, and then third, and then fourth, and fifth. So if I wanted to print it out at this point, all I have to write is system out and print D. That's it. If I just put the letter D here, I'm done.
Mm.
I don't have to say names and then bracket, and in here I don't need to put D. It's gonna give you an error. Because this is a smart loop, is only designed for arrays and collections. Anytime you have it this way, that D becomes the data. D is no longer an index. D becomes the data. Understand?
Yep.
So all I have to do is cut all these out and put D and let Java do the rest. Now if I run this, because I put it in double, it printed out with that decimal there. There's that 25, 36, 12, 13, and 50. Any question about for each loop?
Nope.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So, can I put C instead of D, or is this standard?
Like, can I put 3?
No, it said C
Oh, yeah.
instead of D.
Yes. If you
Oh,
wanna,
right.
if you say, I don't want to use the letter D, I want to use the letter C, then you also have to change this letter too.
Yeah.
So if you change that letter to C and run it, it's still going to work.
So this is standard. Like for each, you have to say like a for double or int, then C or D, whatever you want it.
Correct. Most folks
Okay.
are now going to change the name of this variable. This is something you call it. You don't want to make it lengthy here because nobody really cares. Because this is just a rotational data name. Java only uses it for temporary purpose, and he cleans out this data as soon as you exit this line. You never.
Why they didn't put it storage before, like, you know? Normally we put the storage, yeah?
Correct. If
Like that.
if let's say you needed this somewhere else, you would probably put it outside.
Yes.
But for each loop, you don't want to do that at all, ever.
Oh,
I will show you another loop in another exercise and how we're gonna put a variable outside, and I'll explain.
mhm.
This will clear up more to you as you go deeper into this, okay?
Okay.
If I wanted to have a bigger name, yeah, sure. I can have my name Stein. I take that Stein and put it right here. It's still going to work. Okay? And I can have a paragraph here if I want to. Remember, this is your choice. If you have the
Mhm.
paragraph there, it's still going to work.
Okay, so this is like we used to do that like a double, and you can put number or age. So you just did it C or D or B, yes?
Exactly.
Okay.
So that first part, data type, and you give it a name, and
Mm-hmm.
that particular name, each time it rotates through the array, assumes that and fetches that data for you each time. So this name picks up that data on the first round. This name picks up that data on the second round. This name picks up that data on the third round. You got it?
Yes, I got it.
But why waste my letters right here when I can just say D?
Yeah, easy.
Yeah. So I'll just take that for speed's sake. I want to be a fast writer. I'll just use the letter D and then put that D right there. Done. Okay?
Yes.
All right. So we displayed all elements using a for loop. Now we're going to display the sum of the array. So we're going to display all of this added together and then display the sum. Now, for me to display the sum, okay, each time I'm going through this, I have to add it to itself. Agree?
Yes.
I have to take this 25. This guy is going to give me 25 first.
Mm-hmm.
That D is going to give me that 25 on the first round. I got to add that D with this guy on the second round, and this guy on the third round, and keep adding, and then finish up, and I got my answer. Okay? I got to store that answer somewhere. Agree?
Yes.
So can I create a variable where I can store that data? Maybe call it double sum. I'm giving it a name called sum,
Equal.
and not put anything right now.
Oh. Mm-hmm.
But if you want to, you can put 0 to start. That works too. Good so far?
Yes.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. I'm just gonna cut this from here and I'm gonna go up here because I'm answering this question, so I'm gonna write it here. Okay? Now I have to
Yeah.
do the same for each loop again. So if I do for, and this is called for each loop because you want to read it like this. For each double, whatever name I want to call it, D, and this colon means for. You want to read it like for. Okay? For each double D, from, colon is from the array numbers. Numbers, that array name that I created. For each double D or any value from the array numbers, now you want to do whatever you want to do here. And what I would do is I would take this sum, okay? If I take this sum and I put an equal sign, I'm telling Java that you keep adding into this guy, okay? Adding into this guy, all right? How? You take the value, whatever was already in it. So I write the word sum again, and you add whatever you get the value of D each round. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Here's what's going to happen. First round, this value of sum is 0. Agree?
Yeah.
And the value of D on the first round is this number. 20.
Whatever the one is.
Agree?
Mm-hmm.
So this is 25 on the first round. 25 and 0 gets added together. What do you get as total?
25.
That
25.
number 25 gets stored in the variable called sum.
Mm-hmm.
So first round is over. Guess what the value of sum is now?
25.
25.
25. Second round, this is gone. Second round, what is the value of 25 sum?
25.
25.
25. What is the value of D?
36.
36. Got it.
And that plus sign adds that 36. 36 plus 25, that's going to be 61. Am I right?
Yes.
That 61 is stored in the variable called sum.
Sum.
Guess what the value of sum is now?
61.
61. Rotate that again. On the next
61
round,
plus
the
13.
value of sum is 61. You're adding that with the value of D. What's the value of D?
12.
12. You get the idea?
Mm-hmm.
Then you add these two, that again gets stored into sum, and you keep doing this. When you're done with this baby has the total of all of these values. Any question?
No.
Now, if I run this with a print option, so if I say I want you to print South, just print this variable called sum. Right there. And if I run it, watch this. It got added 25, 36, 13, and 50, and then it added all that together, and the sum is 136. Questions so far?
Nope.
Do I need to explain this in a different way for anybody?
No,
I think it's good.
Yeah.
Okay. Java makes things simpler. If you don't want to use this, there's another option which is kind of difficult for us to understand, but very easy for Java. You could also shrink it out because you're adding this to itself and then adding that. You can delete this part right here. So let me show you. Simple trick. You copy this. All you have to do is get rid of that. Okay? And you flip this too. So instead of equal plus, you say plus equals. And it will do the same thing. Let me comment this out and show you. So I commented that out. It's only going to do that. And watch this. There. I got that 36. Then you're probably asking, what is it doing? Well, it's doing two things at the same time with this two symbol. It's gonna do add first. It's gonna take this sum. It's gonna totally ignore this equal sign first time. It's gonna take this value of sum, which is 0. It's gonna add it to the value of D, which is on the first round is 25. And then he's gonna keep that number in his mind, which is like 0 plus 25 is 25. Okay? Then he's gonna come back again here And this time he's going to totally ignore this plus sign. And he's going to look at this equal sign. And Java is going to say, oh, you wanted whatever I got in my mind to store in this variable called sum.
Okay.
Okay?
Got it.
So same thing can be much shorter way written down like that. But again, there is no requirement that you have to learn this. You can always do that. But if you ever see this in somebody's code, don't panic. That's why I like to give you enough information so you don't panic when you see it. That's what they're trying to do. So far, so good?
Yeah.
I'm going to make it a little more interesting here. What if I didn't want to add 13? All right. Just the 13. It's an unlucky number. For some reason, I wanted to skip 13 but add everything else. Can I do that? Sure you can. How? You gotta use the word called continue. And this thing works with loop only. So I'm just gonna write it down here in the notes. Keyword continue lets you skip one round of loop. Okay? How are we gonna do that? Here's how we're gonna do this. We're gonna have to put an if statement, right? Anytime we want some sort of condition, we need an if statement. Always an if statement. And you'll be surprised how far you can take this if statement. It looks like pretty much everything I've done in coding and logic, this if statement and this for loop that's it. That's all I needed. So if I say if, I have to just, it's my English that I'm going to translate into Java. If the number is what? 13? If the number is 13, then skip. Instead of saying skip, I'm going to use the word continue. Right? We're going to use the word continue. So here, if I say if the number, which variable will give me the number in this loop?
D.
Correct. So if D, that number, oops, not that. If that number is equal to 13, what kind of equal symbol do we put when we use Java?
Double equal.
Double equal to the number 13. Okay, that's it. I just translated English into Java. If D is equal to 13, I can say the word continue, all lowercase. And guess what? Right the moment I say continue, Java is going to stop right here and not even go to the next line and do this. He's going to jump back up here. Instead of going every time, it was going all the way up to this bracket and then start back up here and then go through, execute all the code, come back up here and then go back up. But now if I use the word continue, he's going to stop right here and go straight back up right here from there on and not even going to look at what was down here. That means he's not going to take that 13 and add it here just like we were adding in every single round. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Therefore, if I execute this code right now, let me get rid of some of these extra lines. And so he's going to continue from here on, and this number is not going to be 136 anymore. It's going to become 13 less than 136. Any question about the functionality of the word continue?
Nope.
Okay. It continues the loop without executing anything below that. It will execute anything above it, but not below it. So you might want to think about where you want to put this when you get a situation like that. Where you put it matters. All right, we're done with this part. Let's go to next topic. All right. Oops. Now it started to work. Normal. Store 4 names and 3 ages in 2-dimensional array. This is called a 2-dimensional array. This is the most complex it will get when it comes to array. But if you got this, give yourself a pat on the back. So I'm going to call a class called 2-dimensional array. All this time, I've been showing you 1-dimensional array. It is possible for you to have 2 sets of data. And this is how it's done. Called 2-dimensional array. You, instead of putting type, and then you had a single set of square bracket, you are now going to put a double square bracket. Okay, so that's your syntax. And that's it. Everything else works the same. So let's do that right now. See what the question is asking. Store 4 names and 3 ages in a 2-dimensional array. So it's a list of name and ages. Right? So if I wanted to store 4 names and 3 ages, somebody tell me what data type should I use?
4 names.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Somebody said string?
yeah, string.
Okay, string. And will I be able to also store ages, meaning how old they are, in string?
Yeah, you should be.
Correct. We can also store numbers in a string. String can hold everything. So if I put first one set of square bracket, it becomes a 1-dimensional array. If I put 2, it becomes a 2-dimensional array. Is there a 3-dimensional array? No. There's only 2-dimensional array. Now, this string has become a variable that's going to store 2 sets of data, and you're telling them, here's the first set, here's the second set, and now Java is waiting for you to give it a name. We can call it name and ages. Names and ages. Okay? Sorry, it's kind of big name. But it will help us understand what we got in there. This is where you don't want to say letter S. You want to be specific on this one. All right. Now you store your data. Same way we did before. Curly braces. Here's your first index that goes in here. And then your 2 sets go into another 2 set of these curly braces. Okay. So there's your first set of curly braces, open and close. And within that first, you got two sets right here. And this first set, you get to choose. Well, if you want to have names in there, you can have names in there. Let's say John. It says 4 names and 3 ages. John, Mike, Sam, and then I'm gonna go and have Emily. All right, and in this particular second set, I'm gonna have 3 ages, or I don't. At this point, do I need to put quotation or no quotation?
No quotation.
No.
For numbers, no quotes.
That is correct, but what data type did I use?
String.
Because I used this data type. If it was double, I don't have to put number quotation. But because I'm going to store the ages in the data type for string, I have to use string for their ages. Otherwise, it's gonna give me a type mismatch error. So here I got 34, 23, and one more. We're gonna say 16. Any questions so far?
No.
All right. You have just created a 2-dimensional array with names on the first and ages on the second. Here's how Java is going to store this. Java is going to store this in indexes the same way it did before. It's gonna have this name on that storage called names and ages, okay? And it's gonna have an index for that first set is gonna have an index of 0, meaning that goes from here all the way to here. With me so far?
Yes.
And then if you say index 1, that will be for the ages. Okay? For index 0, sorry, erase that. For the 0, the second layer of index, this would be 0. This would be 1, 2, and 3. Clear so far?
Yes.
This would be 0, 1, and 2. Before I do code, let's practice, see if we can figure this out. What if I write index 0 on the first one like this, and index 1 here? Tony, can you tell me what would be the data?
For index 1, you have Mike and 23.
So this whole chunk right here, the first one is always this upper level.
Oh, sorry. So it'd be John and 23.
It's just gonna be, so this is how you're gonna map it. It's gonna be first one, you gotta look at this first number. It's gonna give you which set you need to go to. So because it's 0, I'm not gonna go to this set.
Okay.
I'm gonna go to this set. That's your first street address.
Okay.
And then, so now you are in Grapevine. You didn't have to go to Plano, okay?
Mm.
So this is the city, and this is the street. So now you're in Grapevine.
That'd be Mike.
You are on street number 1. Therefore, the data you're gonna get out of this is gonna be Mike. Mike lives in this address.
Mm.
Maybe you try this one.
Okay.
Index is 1, and second index is 2.
So it would just be 16.
It will be 16, correct. First one tells me it's in Plano, and then you are in Plano looking for the second address, which is that 2, and that will be pointing to 16. Okay? Tony, give me the index mapping for Emily.
For Emily, so you have 0, 3.
Correct. Loretta, are you there?
Yes.
Can you give me index mapping for Sam?
Sam. 0, 2.
Correct. 0 for that first city, and 2 is the street address, and that's where Mike lives. Any questions? Is this clear?
Yeah, it's clear now. Yeah.
Okay. Then let's go ahead and practically see. Print any specific element from the array. So that's what we're going to do right now. Suppose I wanted to print out Sam. Therefore, Haley, tell me what's the index for Sam?
Sam would be 0, 2.
Correct. Not 2. 0 part.
Oh.
So this is 0, right?
Uh-huh.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, I forgot because it's the same. Okay, yeah, sorry. 3.
So what you do is you take this variable name, copy it here, and in here, with the first, you tell them which city, which is 0, and then with the second set of square bracket, you tell which street address. This is 1, 0, 1, and you said 2, right?
Yeah, I did.
She's right.
Yes, you
Yeah, I
are.
was like, hold on.
You
I
are
was like,
right. I'm sorry.
that's okay. I was like, man, I really messed up. I don't know what I did.
Yeah, I blacked out for a second. So your first set is 0, and the second set is 0, 1, and 2, and that's that 2. Let's go ahead and print this out and see if that comes out fine. There you go.
Oh, okay.
It printed out the value of Sam. Loretta, can you tell me what do I have to do to print out 34?
So we're gonna put 1.
Uh-huh.
Then you said 34.
Mhm.
It's a 0, 0.
Correct. There you go. Good?
Yes.
Do you need more examples, or can we move on?
I think that makes sense.
I'm fine.
Display the length of the first and the second dimension of the array. Well, remember we did array.length, then that gave us the length of the array. Well, this is gonna be confusing because now we got array inside an array. This is an array, this is an array, and these two arrays are inside one single array, which is this whole thing. So which size am I looking for? If I say size, it's not gonna be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No, there's 2 pieces. There's a piece right here, there's a piece right there. All right? And so therefore, 2-dimensional arrays is gonna have 2 different lengths. A length for this one is gonna be 4, and length for this one is gonna be 3. Here's how we're gonna print it. If I do system out, I can take this particular variable name, and if I put this first bracket and put 0, which is this first element, first set, and now if I put dot length, it's gonna give me the length of this first set of array, which is 4. If I change this value to a 1, because this was
Oh,
city 0, this is city 1. Now it's gonna give me, now he's gonna look for the city with the 1, which is this, and give me how many people live in that city with that dot length. And that will be 1, 2, 3. Let's print it. We got 3. With me so far?
Can you do it in one line instead of a two?
You can do in one line, correct? I could take this code here and put a plus and paste it here. This might end up adding it up. I've never tried this. Let's see. One thing I can do is
Sign like a 8,
Let
something
me
like.
add some
Yep.
space.
Okay.
See how I'm concatenating and I added some space right here?
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to add space and it's not going to do any mathematical operation. And
Can you
therefore,
put like a shift 7, I think? Does it work? 7, 7 like and? Symbol you teach us before?
how?
Shift 7, 7 and sign?
Oh. The and sign is for some sort of logic. Okay.
Yeah.
If I use and, this is not going to think, oh, I want to print this and that. That doesn't work like that in Java.
Oh.
If you use the word and in Java, Java thinks you're trying to compare them. Okay?
Oh.
And it's going to look for true and false, and it has this mechanism of if this is true and then this is true, then this and statement will return this whole thing as true. It won't even display the data.
Oh, I see.
Okay, so this and is not the and of Java. In Java, if you want to say and, it's that plus.
Yeah.
And then you can print something in here, maybe a couple of spaces, and then run this. And for this first part, first array, which was a 0 index array, had the value of 4, got printed. Then there's a little bit of space that I printed out, which is right here. And then it went to the second index array, which is this one, which we don't say second, which is a -1 from 2. And that dot length gives me the 3 right there. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just going to take this part out. Now, by default, if you forget to put this, what do you think is going to print out?
if you print out which one? Just length.
So let's say if we needed that 0 right there, remember? For us to get the initial how many cities there are, 1 and 2. And if I go deeper into it, that gave me, the 0 gave me the first set, the length of the first set.
Yeah.
And the 1 gave me the length of the second. I leave this part out.
Should it give you all of it?
It's not. It's actually gonna by default give me the first one.
Okay.
So let's say if I have the 0, we already know that the length of the 0 is 4. So this guy prints that. and then this guy prints 3. If I accidentally leave this part out, it still gives me, it automatically assumes that you decided to go for that very first one that came in, the very first set. So it still prints out. Wait a minute. No, it didn't do that. Oh, it told you that there are 2 items here. 1 and 2. Instead of going deep into it, it's telling me it's a 2-dimensional array, that there are 2 sets of data. So let me have this all of this in here. 0. Let me comment these guys out. Revise this again. We're going to need this on the next question. The names.length, if you add that, it's just going to tell you how many dimensions there are, which you already know it's going to be 2. It's a 2-dimensional array. If you put in a value of index 0, it's going to go into that index 0 and look for the length there, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. If you specify index 1, it's going to go to index 1, count how many, 1, 2, 3, and print out the length for that. Question?
No, no question.
Now let's see how we're going to handle this with this. Display all of the elements of the 2-dimensional array. Well, unfortunately, I can't do system out and write this name in here. If I try to print it, it's not going to do a thing. Look, gibberish. Yeah, of course, it's going to print if I put the indexes there, but what if I wanted every one of these? And I don't know the size of this array. You are going to have to use a loop. Okay? Unfortunately, for 2-dimensional arrays, for each loop doesn't work. Or maybe, I don't know, I've never tried it. So we're going to just use regular for loop first, and then maybe we'll experiment another day. So here's what you're going to have to do. You're going to have a nested loop, meaning 2 different loops into one inside another. And I want to keep this very simple, so just pay attention. If you follow this system, you can just close your eyes and do this, and it will work for you. First, you write for the first set of for loop. Okay? Immediately, you write another one right inside it. Here's another one. With me there so far?
Yeah, I think you have the wrong bracket.
Yeah, you need another curly brace instead of a square.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, we're with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So the actual code of printing is going to go here, deep inside. Okay? So over here, you're going to do your print. With me so far?
Yeah.
All right. First one, start with the first one. Initialization, same way you did before. Close your eyes and do the same thing, which is, come on, tell me what to write. Int
Int equals
I.
I
Int I equals
0.
0, semicolon.
I is less than
The 5.
names.
Oh, yeah, and the
dot
names.
length.
Right.
Take this names,
That was my bad.
and notice we want this time to rotate twice, so you don't specify how many in this level. You just say names dot length. That's it.
Semicolon.
And then semicolon. What do we do with this I at the end?
Incrementation.
Incrementation, which is plus, and you are done. Any question here?
No,
Mm-mm.
not so far.
All right. You go back into this part right here. This time you do the same thing, but you can't have variable called I because you already named I.
Mhm.
You gotta give it another name. So people are like, well, J comes after I. So let's just call it J. Come on, give me another set.
Int equals J,
Int
or int J equals 0.
J equals 0. Same thing. Look, I'm like broken record. It keeps repeating.
Then,
And then
yeah, I is less than
not I.
name. I'm sorry, J.
J
We're doing J
less
here. So take that J is less than
names and ages.
that
Like,
array. But this
Yeah.
time we're looping in the deeper part of that array. This is the
So
gist of it. The first one will take me to grapevine first. And then the second loop, which is this guy, he's gonna go inside the grapevine and find John and Mike and Sam and Emily.
mm-hmm.
Then he's gonna come back out after he has keep rotating here. Right? He's gonna rotate. We got a pen tool. So first he's gonna give me grapevine. This loop is gonna go into grapevine and keep finding everybody inside grapevine. Then he's gonna finish off, come back up here. Second time he's gonna give me Plano. He's gonna go inside here. In Plano, this nested for loop is gonna go inside Plano and keep looking for 3 things in there, and then come out and then break everything and come back out. Okay, that's the gist of the idea. Now,
Mhm.
what you have to do here is only thing different is you put this bracket here, and instead of 0 and a 1, you put this letter I.
Okay.
Because that I is gonna be 0 the first round. Agree?
Yeah. Yeah.
And the I is gonna be 0 the second round. Agree? Sorry, I is gonna be 1 the second round. And the third round, the I is gonna be a 2. When the I becomes 2, 2 less than name and ages dot length is gonna be a 2. It's gonna look at it and be like, nope, 2 is not less than 2. I'm going to break, and it's gonna exit out.
Okay.
Okay, so we want this value of I in here. First, it's gonna be I name dot ages I, which is a 0. That's gonna tell me the length is going to be 4. Understand?
Yes.
He's gonna go inside and rotate 4 times and print 4 times those elements. Then he's gonna come back out here. Next time it's gonna be a 1. He's gonna put in a 1 right here, and that 1 length is gonna be 3. He's gonna rotate 1, 2, 3 times to print out 3 data, and that's gonna display right here.
Okay.
Now, do you need to understand this logic? No, you don't. Sometimes I don't get it, but I just know my simple way of writing this, and it works. So all I have to do is take this I and put it right here, and everything else stays the same. Semicolon, broken record, that J, you increment the J here. Okay, I'm sorry, I forgot to put dot length. That's why it's giving me an error. And now, if I print this out here, this is how you're going to devise this. You take this names, put it right here. Here's your first bracket. Remember, this is how we printed. instead of hard coding data, you put the letter I first
And then J after.
and then J.
Okay.
That's it. This I is gonna be 0 first, and then this is gonna be 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3. Next round, this I is gonna be, so this is how it's gonna go. It's gonna be 0, 1, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, and it's gonna print 1, 2, 3, 4 items that are in that array. On the next round, it's gonna be 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 2, and that's gonna print the ages, the 3 ages that we have. So let's kick it off and take a look at it. Error exists. Let's see what's going on here. I may have an extra bracket or something. Delete this token. Somehow an extra bracket came in. So delete that. Run. And there you go, guys. Take some of these lines off. There's first one, John, Mike, Sam, Emily, and then 34, 23, and 16. All of that. All of this got printed out. Any question about how to print a two-dimensional array?
Nope.
Okay, it's going to take you guys practice, okay? You're probably not going to remember this, and you will stumble on it, but you have to look at it. There is a question there in the project that you have to use this, particularly this one. Store 5 products and corresponding prices in a two-dimensional array. So you're going to make up 5 products, your choice. I just gave you some sample. So you're going to store sofa, TV, oven in one set, and then the prices in another set, and you can put it in a string, and then display all the elements using nested for loop. That's how you're going to print things out. Any question about that? Okay, if no more questions, we're done with array. The limitations of array is it is fixed. This data here is fixed, and you cannot add anything to it. You cannot delete anything from it. You can only do it here, but later down the road, if you wanted to add some extra folks in here, you won't be able to do that. It doesn't allow that. Okay. But good thing is it is built into Java. You don't have to create anything. You just immediately put the symbol next to the data type and you got it. Just the way we had our variables, we used it. But where I'm going to take you now is called collections. Collections are not built into Java, meaning somebody created it and you have to create a magic stick like scanner to be able to use it. So, you all need a break, or you're good to go?
We're good to go. If you need a break, you can take it. It doesn't matter. We're whatever.
Okay, I'm fine. So let me create a class here called collections. We'll call it array list. Let me explain what that is. So, what's the limitation of arrays? Guys, what's the limitation of arrays?
Huh?
What is the
There
or drawback of arrays, or cons, not the pros?
you can't. They're not interchangeable. It's just kind of like a fixed set.
A fixed set, correct. You cannot add or delete any data from it. It's not flexible.
Yeah, you can only replace, right?
You can replace something with another, but you cannot take away or add anything to it. Now, collections also is used store multiple data under the same variable name. Okay. Same thing. Difference is collections is flexible and the length of collections is dynamic, meaning you can add or subtract, or you can add or remove data anytime. Got it?
Yeah, I got it.
There are a couple of types of collections. Number one is called array list. Number two, there's a lot more than this, but you're never going to use anything else. So I'm only going to give you what you need. Then there's called linked list. The other one I'm going to go over is called hash set. And the last one called hash map. Interview is going to ask you these questions and nothing more, nothing beyond this. Okay? Let's look at array list first. Now, because this is somebody created, this is not built in, not built into Java. You must use wrapper. Here's another word, wrapper data type classes. Let me explain that in a second. What are the data types that I taught you in Java?
Int, boolean, double, string.
Boolean, double, string. Yes?
Yeah.
You notice that that string letter is capital?
Uh-huh.
And
The
these
class.
guys are all lowercase?
Uh-huh.
Lowercase data types are called primitive data type. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
This is going to be interview question. Which ones are primitive data types? And which one is a non-primitive data? Primitive meaning ancient, old. This was initially came in, built into Java. But string is not primitive. Somebody created this later down the road. Okay, that's why it's capital S. But there's some magic about string that you don't have to use it like a scanner either. I can't explain that today. I just want you to keep an eye on it. Someday it will come to you. Right? But today what I want to say is because these guys are not these guys are primitive, they don't have any capabilities. Here's what I mean. If I say string and put name, watch this, capital S string, I created a storage called name and I put my name there look what I'm able to do. I can take this variable name called name, and if I put a dot, it gives me a list of magic spell I can do on this. Okay, I can do dot equals ignore case. I could do to uppercase to lowercase, a lot of things. But am I able to do the same if I write int and then put a number and then equal to put a number like 25? If I take this word number, now if I put a dot, gives me nothing. You see the difference?
Yeah.
If I do the same thing with Boolean and double, it's going to give me nothing.
Okay.
But this string is different. This guy gives me all the magic spells, but these guys don't have any magic in them. That's because they're primitive. They're old. But this guy is fancy. This is like the Bible Old Testament, and this is Jesus Christ in the New Testament with a lot of powers and doing some miracles. Understand?
Yeah, I get it.
That means somebody is like, I gotta have more Jesus Christ. I don't like this int. How about I create a Jesus Christ version of this int? Well, there has been people who did that. And that's called a wrapper class. Okay. So wrapper class, somebody said, I am going to give this guy power. So let me call this guy integer, because int has already been taken. I can't use that word anymore. I'll just call it an integer with a capital I, just like we called string with a capital S. So there is a class called integer. Guess what? There is also a wrapper class called Boolean with the capital B. There is also a wrapper class called double with the capital D. That's gonna give you the power. Watch this. If I change this int to an integer, it still does the same thing. It still stored that 25 in the variable called number, but not in primitive type. Now this gave me this power that I can use in this word called number. If I take that here and put a dot, I just got some magic spell option with that 25 I can do now. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
Okay. That means I can also store double, but with a capital D. And call it any number, and put a decimal number. And now if I take that any number and put a dot, I got this magic spell. Understand?
Yes.
Do you need to use them all the time? No. Do you need to use them sometime? Yes. So you get to choose. This is non-primitive data. String is a non-primitive data type. Integer is a non-primitive data. But if you write the word int in lowercase and say another number and then put any number, that, notice it lit up in a different way with a different color. It's telling you it's primitive, it's different. It doesn't have any powers. But you can do the same thing you did with int with this word called integer, which is gonna come with some added moolah, if you like to say. Any question about wrapper classes?
No, no question.
They ask you in the interview, wrapper class is the same thing as data type class, data type that you have, but these are non-primitive and they have been created by others and they have more functionalities. more features that you can do with them. Other than that, there's no more answers to that. Okay. So that's your wrapper class right there. Now, these guys, array list, linked list, hash set, hash map, only use wrapper classes as data type. Okay. As data type. That means you can use the word string, but you cannot use the word int. You have to use the word integer or capital double or capital Boolean to create it. Got it?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Now let's take a look at a question and then we'll clear things up. So here's a create an array list. Let's go step by step. I don't want to give you too much theory and show you how they work. Total practical. And there are some of the things, if you can handle these things, you know everything you need to know to get your job done. So create an array list, add 5 strings to the array list. All right, let's see how we're gonna do this. When it says create an array list, you're gonna have to create the magic stick we've been creating for scanner. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Scanner magic stick equals what? New,
Scan. Yeah.
Yeah.
New space scanner system dot in.
which you just copied this same thing in the like a broken record, right? And then you put this open close parenthesis. In here you wrote system dot in. And then you clicked on it, hovered over, and you imported Java util packet, which ended up here. Agree?
Yeah.
This magic stick, if you wrote that and that gave you some powers. Okay? All these spells you can cast. You're going to have to do the same thing for array list. How? You write the word array list. Okay. All right? You give it a name. What are we trying to store? String, any, let's say cars. Okay? The only thing is it has a symbol that you have to use, and these are not like arrays, which we had third bracket. Collections, all 4 of these guys use a symbol like this. Open, close, angle bracket. These are called angle brackets. With me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
And your data type goes in here. So the syntax is like this. You write array list, open, close, angle brackets, and inside the array list, you write these wrapper classes, whatever you would like to store. So if it's a string you want to store, you write the word string. If it's an integer you want to store, you have to write the word integer, not int. And then you give name, any name, and then you write equal, and then you copy the same thing. Okay, so this is data type. You copy the same thing in here, after the word called new, and then you put open close parenthesis like you did with system.in. You don't have to write the word system.in. Life is easier now. Okay? So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take this array list, and the spelling matters. A capital, L capital. Array list, open close parenthesis, angle bracket. Inside the angle bracket, because I need 5 strings, I'm going to say string. I'm going to name it called cars. I'm going to put an equal sign and this powerful word called new. This is how we give power. Like a broken record, we're going to copy exactly what we have here in here and finish it off with open and close parentheses, but no masala needs to be inside. Hover over, import, remove type argument. It's asking me to take this type argument off. So maybe I missed that. So I took that off. I guess you don't have to specify the type in here. Hover over, come on. Remove type argument. Why is it doing that? No, something wrong. Just 1 second. It's supposed to give me the import option like the other one. Let me get rid of this guy. Take this import off. Let me retype this whole thing. Array list, open close, string called cars equals new array list of string open close that, click hover over. The type array list is not generic. It cannot be parameterized with arguments string. That is not the error it's supposed to give me, but let me remove this. I may have made some errors in the page. Maybe that's why it's causing this. Multiple markers at this line, not generic. It cannot be parameterized with. Okay, I did some examples. Just let me check this out for a second here. I don't know. Really don't know why it's doing this. There's that code, and it wasn't causing any issue, so I may have typed a invisible character somewhere that's throwing things off. Array list, let me just copy this and see if that eliminates. See, it's virtually exactly same thing, but it's not working. And this can happen sometimes. So let me watch how I fix this out. The other thing I'm going to try is I'm going to take this import by force. So I take this import by force, copy that, and go to my class. Let me save the other ones and close the other ones. So here's my class here. And if I go back up here and paste it there, remove unused imports. It's not recognizing. So when this happens, you start up a brand new class. There has been some, this is all I can say is there may be something messing this particular page or class. So, which is invisible to me. I can't really see it. I am at this point scared to even copy this. So I'm just going to wait. I'm going to create a brand new class and go copy it there. Right? And let me just take this out and delete this whole thing. So I'm going to take this up to here, the notes. Leave the notes here for now. And I'm going to delete this class. If that happens, guys, just delete, start over.
Okay.
So deleting that, just right click on that class and you can say delete. That will delete that class for you. And it's going. Recreate new class called ArrayList. Open. And before I copy paste anything, generally it's that copy pasting from this page to here can mess up and bring in some code in here that can mess up your class page there. So if I now type in ArrayList, open, close, and inside I'm going to say string, give it a name called cars, and with the word new, ArrayList, open, close, string, and open, close, close that, hover over. Oh man. All on a sudden it started acting up. Let me see. Guys, you all take 5 minutes break. Let me see what else I need to debug, okay?
Okay, sounds good.
All right, thanks. Are you guys back?
Yeah, we're here.
Okay, yeah, I found out the mistake I made. The mistake was I cannot create a class name called ArrayList. I
Oh,
cannot
so
create,
it's ArrayList1.
yes. If I say
Got it.
ArrayList1, it's fine. I cannot create a class called string. I cannot create a class called capital integer because
Because there already is a class that's already been created called those things.
yes, and because it's in the system, so it will throw me some issues. So I have to
Oh, okay.
with some new names, and I've kind of experimented with that and came back. I was thinking maybe my project is bad. I was going to create a brand new project, which I did, called it Arrays and Collections, and then coincidentally, I named it ArrayList1. It worked. So that kind of dawned on me that maybe my naming ArrayList and didn't put a number in there, it was contradicting with the system's class called ArrayList that somebody already created. Okay, so we're good here. Let's carry on. Let me take this code here. Notes.
Okay, got it.
And I'm gonna go back into, I'll delete this guy. Arrays and collections, delete. Go back to where we were. I'm gonna go to this collections package, and in here, I'm going to copy this note that we did. Take this import off, so you get to see how to import it. And here's the question we're gonna copy. Comment out all of it. All right, so creation. Here's how we're gonna create. Type the word ArrayList, spelling matters. It's case sensitive. Capital A and capital L. Write the word string because that's what you're gonna store inside the string. And give it a name of the variable. We're gonna call it cars because we're gonna store a bunch of names of car models in there. And here you wanna say new. Notice I'm not adding any data at this point. I am just creating capability of ArrayList just like we were doing for scanner. Don't type it in here, just copy this whole thing here. And then put an open close parenthesis and then semicolon at the end to finish off. Click on it, hover over, and you will get this import called Java utils. We are still in that packet called Java. Util is the short for the word utility. And you want to pick this ArrayList from that, not anything else that will give you an error. So just take that import, and that will import out this thing, this import statement up here. Now, your class called ArrayList1 is connected to somebody wrote an ArrayList class somewhere in java.utilityPackage, which one day I'll show you. Don't want to bore you right now. Okay, so now that you have created this, Java created a spot for you. So Java went in and created an empty memory space, a spot for you to store anything, any size, doesn't matter. So imagine he's waiting here and he took a lot of space and he's gonna fill it as you ask him to fill it. With me so far? Totally unlimited.
Okay.
So add 5 strings to the array list. Here's what you're gonna do is you go down here. I'm gonna go down here. If I say the word cars, just like scanner, this has all this magic spells for me. I can put a dot and say what I wanna do. Notice it gave me this option called add. Cars dot add, and it's telling me you stored it as a string. Most likely you wanna add a string. So if you wanna use this method, you have to put what you wanna store in here right there inside the method. So if I click this, bring it up here. Now it's asking me, what do you wanna add to it? Well, we can say Bentley or Honda, the car model, and semicolon to close. He just added Honda inside that array list storage, which is not fixed like array that we worked on. If I wanted to add another one, I would say cars dot add again, and in here I would say Toyota. Okay, if I add another one, add again, and say BMW. And it's actually storing as I keep adding them, and there is no limit to how many I can store at all. Any questions so far?
No.
Okay, so it's Java is still doing the same thing it did for array. Because I only added 3 elements, Java went inside and took the spot and created 3 spots for me. First one is called 0, second one 1, and the third one is still a 2. This first one had that Honda in here, stored it for me. Okay, same thing for Toyota and BMW. There is no difference. Understand? The only thing is that I can keep on adding with the array list, which I wasn't able to do with array, the built-in array. How would I display a specific element of the array list? Kind of sort of the same, except if I go here, I'm going to have to use everything with this magic stick, which is cars, just like the scanner. Everything is going to come out of that. So if I do cars, all has to be out of this. And there's something called get. Okay. This method, get, it's going to get that data out for you. Notice it says you have to enter int, meaning which index as an int that you would like to get out of. So if I select this option and choose the index 0, Haley, tell me what value is it gonna get out for me?
Honda?
Correct. If I say, give me, copy this here, and this is a 2, Tony, tell me what data is it gonna give me?
BMW.
BMW. Correct. So if I wanted to display or print this, I just have to do system out and print that. So what I can do is do system out and print that. Copy that and print. So I don't need that. And I don't need that. Now if I run this, it printed cars.get0, and the 0 was Honda, it printed out Honda. If I do this again and put a 2 and print, first one gave me Honda and cars.get2, which was BMW, and it gave me BMW. Easy. You got it, guys, so far?
Yeah.
Yeah, so far so good.
Mm-hmm.
All right. How do I display all elements in the array list? Well, because array list is not built in and it has this magic in it, you can actually just print cars and it's going to print out the data for you. So that's the beauty of this part, is you can just say system out. And here, if I just take the word cars, which wasn't working for arrays, but for array list, if I just use the word cars, it's going to print out all 3 of these cars for me. Watch this. Honda, Toyota, and BMW got printed with this statement here. With me so far?
Yeah.
But also, if I wanted to print this out just in a one column, I'm going to have to use for each loop, or any other loop is fine, but for each is much easier. So, same way that I write any loop, which is for open close parenthesis, open close curly braces. Haley, give me the first part for the for each loop. What do I need to type in here? We know cars is storing string.
Sorry. String equals.
So string for each loop doesn't have equal sign.
Oh, it doesn't have equals, so it's just space.
Space,
And then you write in S.
correct. You give it any kind of letter or name that you want to give. And
Okay.
then you have this colon. What goes after the colon?
Cars.
Correct.
Wow.
Right? So this is the storage of the data. We just want to tap every one of these through this letter S. This S is going to take the first one, which is Honda, second one is Toyota, and the third round is going to pick up BMW. We don't have to specify any index whatsoever. This S is going to become the data. Okay? So over here, if I, well, actually, yeah. So watch this.
I know.
I can just say system out, just print out this S. And if I run this now, I got the Honda, Toyota, and BMW. Simple?
Yeah, pretty simple.
Update an element of the array list and display all. So suppose we wanted to update Toyota and we wanted to put Mazda. There's a method for doing that. You write cars dot add, and notice there's 2 things you can do here. Let me zoom in. At this point, you can just use this add to add a piece of data, and it's going to go in the back of the list. So suppose if I wanted to use that and say add another car. I don't know, Ford. At any point of time, you can add an extra data to it. And at this point, if you try to print out system.out and printed cars, it's gonna give you that Ford that you added. If you wanted to remove that, update that Ford with Chevy, for example, you can do it same way with the word add. But notice what they did is this word add has two methods here. Many actually, but take a look at this one. This particular one, it tells you two things has to be entered. One is index, and the other is the element that goes into that index. So suppose I wanted to get rid of Ford and put Chevy. I'm going to choose this guy. And in here, I got to find what index is Chevy on. Tony, can you tell me what index number is Ford on? Sorry, we're going to replace Ford.
3.
It's 3. So if I choose 3 right here as an index, and if I put, let's say, Chevy,
It'll replace it.
all on a sudden, he's going to go to this 3, which is Ford. Delete that Ford and put the word Chevy in that spot.
Okay.
So that will be a way for me to replace. And now if I print this out, let's see what happens. If I print out this again. Run it. First time it did, it didn't replace it, but it added on it. I'm probably missing something here. There may be an update. Set, sorry. Set is the keyword.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna,
Cars.add is cars.set.
yes, cars.set.
Got it.
Sorry, long morning.
No, that's
So
okay.
if I do set and now run it, there's that Ford right there, got replaced with Chevy and got printed out from that code. Okay? Any question about the set method?
No questions.
Next one, remove. How do I remove, let's say, Chevy from there and then print it out to see if it's removed? For remove, there's a method called remove. So cars.remove, and it's asking you which index or which object do you want to remove. If you choose index, you just have to say which index. If I wanted to remove Chevy, Chevy is in the index of 3. If I just put 3 in here, it's going to remove that. So if I print it out, let's see how it looks like. Notice Chevy was there and Chevy is gone. I can also remove by object, meaning what did I store in it? So let's say if I wanted to remove BMW, I could even say cars.remove and not choose index, but choose the other one called object. And in this object, you have to type exactly what it is there. Case sensitive too. BMW, if I do that, it's going to take off BMW, and let's print it out with this thing. Run it. Notice the BMW is gone now.
Okay. So it can be the index or the actual value.
Yes. A lot of flexibility on what you can do. Display size of the array list, no difference. You've done this before. So if I do system out, you take the name of the array list, which is cars, put it right here,
Dot length.
dot length, or in this case, it's size.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
If you forget, if you're thinking dot length, check it. Nothing comes up, then say, let me check size. Oh, there you go.
Got it.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't have to memorize things. As soon as you put your dot, you got your spell, a little booklet of magic spells you can do, and just do it. You do have to be smart enough to understand what gives you what and how you're going to put things together. That's where the engineering part comes in. All right. So we're going to do size. And if I print that out, it's going to give me size of 2 because all those things got deleted. We only have 2 now. Question so far?
No questions.
And the last thing, remove all elements. You can just clear the whole thing by saying cars dot clear. Okay, if I did that now and print the size, what do you think the size is going to come out? Any guess? You guys there?
Delete.
It's going to come with how many elements are going to be in the array list after I clear everything out?
Oh, it should be nothing.
It should be nothing. Is what number?
0?
0.
Well, no. Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I understand.
Nothing means the size is 0.
Got it.
But if I were to add something back up again, I could say cars dot add and maybe add like Toyota back again, and then print size is going to come up as 1.
Okay.
That's it, folks. This is it for your array list. These are the only methods that you're going to need. You need to know how to loop through it.
The way that you did the double array, well, can you do that same kind of concept for array list?
No.
Okay.
For that, you're going to need something called hash map. Okay. This is linked list, by the way. Spelling mistake. All right. If no more questions, let's move on to the next one called linked list. Linked list is the same as array list. So I don't have to do the whole thing for you, but I'll show you some of the things that are different in it, that you might like this better than the other one. It doesn't matter which one you choose to use, personal preference. As long as you can get your work done, you're good to go with whatever you decide to use. So I'm going to create another class called linked list 1 because I can't call it linked list. Linked list 1. And in here, we're going to do, let me see if I'm missing some examples here that I plan to cover. We just did this one. There's another one, display average grade. Okay, I need to do this example. I'll do it a little bit later. Create a linked list and add 5 integers. So let's take this one. All right. So if you know how to make array list, building or creating linked list is the same thing. You write the word linked list, same open close angle bracket, and because it's asking me to store 5 strings and display their elements, so we're going to add data type of string. With me so far? and we're gonna call it names equal new. Just copy this whole thing right here, first part, paste it here, and open close parenthesis to finish off. Don't need to write anything inside the parenthesis, just semicolon to close. Click on it and select import linked list from Java util packet.
So just same as the last one.
Huh?
It's the same as array list, just with
Yeah.
a linked list.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no difference. And if you want to add data, you take this name, sorry, copied wrong. Take that and say dot add. All right, same way, no difference. We could say John and copy paste a whole bunch. Maybe what, 5 names? So Emily, Brooke, Connor, and Mason. All right, no difference. And if I wanted to print it out, I could do system out, and if I just write the word names, it's gonna display all of that for me. No difference whatsoever. Okay. Add an item to the beginning and end of the list and display elements. This is something interesting. Okay. Let me just do this one first. Display first and display last element. This is something you couldn't do with array list. If you didn't know, if in the array list you didn't know BMW was on index number 2, 0, 1, and 2, you wouldn't be able to print out the last one. With me so far?
Yes.
If I wanted to print out the first one, yeah, you could put index 0 and get that. But if I wanted to print the last one, there's no way you can do that. And sometimes you need to know the last one. Here's why. Every time you're automating a test case, you have to store some data somewhere. And as you're storing, it always stores in the last part. And you may need that last storage from where you saved it. And that will give you that last one. But by the time you ran 100 test cases, it could be 100 pieces of data, and you don't know the index, the last index that you want. In that case, you're going to need array list, because array list, you can have this command called get last. Okay, so if I take this array list that I created called names, and if I say get last, that's it. I don't have to say anything else. It's gonna give me the last name, which is Mason. And if I print this out, so if I take this part right there and print it out here, print, look, I got Mason. I can get first. I don't need to know the index. I can say names dot get first, and it's gonna print out that John. With me so far?
Yes.
Yeah, what would you?
Add an item at the beginning and end of the list. So let's see. What did I mean by this? I can't remember. Names dot, let's see, what are my spell? Oh, look at this. I got this add first, add last. I can clear it You don't need me to clear this and show you. You already know what it's going to do. It got this method called contains. That means it can check to see if it has that or not. What else? A lot of these things, I don't know what it does.
I mean, there's like probably so many things that you can do with it, right?
Oh, yeah. So many.
There's so many things, yeah.
There's like remove. There is remove with an index, like which number did you want to remove? You can go in and remove something in the middle. You can just tell the index number you want to remove, or exactly the object you want to remove, or remove all. Or remove first, we saw that, I think. Remove last. So there's that size right there. Do you need me to go over this, or are you okay? Guys,
What was that?
do you need me to go over this, or can we skip it?
No. You can just skip that. It's
Yeah. So
We
what I
get
have
that,
for
yeah.
you is right here, what you need to check is your syntax. So if you go to linked list, part of your notes, these are some methods that are extra. Notice I wrote same as array list, which is here. Only thing you have to do that if you needed these
Just a
methods
method, yeah.
extra, just don't create an array list, create a list instead.
Okay.
Any question?
No. So linked list and array list, like the difference is that a linked list, you can do these methods as opposed to the array list where you can't.
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Simple.
Got it.
Okay. Now, there is a little bit difference about hash set. Let's take a look at that.
Okay.
Hash set, to create it, is also exactly the same. So, let me clean this page up because I'm going to post this as a note, so I don't want to mess it up, and get out of this, save it, get out of that. Create another class called hash set example, not a package. A class hash set example. And in here, I got hash set, and let's say we'll do this guy. Number 7. Sometimes you want hash set. And let me show you why. So we create a hash set with 5 strings, right? So this time we're going to have 5 strings in it. So all you have to do is write the word hash set and open close parentheses, angle brackets, string.
Is it the same way as before?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me do integer this time. You know, we've been working with string a lot. So can I write int?
No,
Why not?
because it's a primitive and it's not manipulative. Can't manipulate a whole lot.
Right.
It's not a wrapper, right? Is that
It's not a
called?
wrapper,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's not a wrapper.
Correct. So you have to spell out the rule that hash set, or which is part of collections, in collections, you cannot use primitive data type. The only thing you can use is wrapper class. Wrapper classes, which is integer. Okay. And now let's call this, let's say, dates or years. I don't know. I'm just model years. Car model years. Making things up. And here I'm going to say new, same thing, copy this baby down over here, open close parenthesis and semicolon to close. Click, hover over, import hash set Java util. Done. Now we're going to add display all elements. Okay, we're going to add some things to it. Okay. You take this model year, copy it here. Sorry, didn't copy. And put a dot. It's going to give you options. Notice first thing it's saying add. So if I choose add method and I put model year, I put it as an integer, so 1952 model, and semicolon to close, it got added. If I wanted to print that out, system out, if I say model year, copy that, print that here, and no problem there. Yes? With me so far?
Sorry, I wasn't working. Yes.
I know you have to turn on the mute button. Where's the mute button? So that takes a little time. Now I can add a couple more. Watch this. I can do 55, add 60, and print it out. We got the 1952, 1955, and 1960. No problem there either. Yes? What happens if I wanted to have two 1960s, two cars with the same model year? Notice I added this, 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 and if I were to print this out, shouldn't I be getting 4 of those?
Yeah, you should be.
But with hash set, if you print out, it's not gonna print out the duplicate.
Oh, okay. So where's the value in this?
He looks at it, and he looks at the set, and if there is a duplicate, he won't even store it.
Okay.
And that is the only difference between array list, linked list with hash set. Can you tell me where you might want to use hash set? To store
Like,
what kind of data?
like this would be a good one, like, car model years, or say you've got a customer that you want to just know customer name, but one customer might buy hundreds of things. You just need to know just the customer's name. You don't need to have it replicated however many times he buys it.
Yes. And what about social security number?
Yeah, that too. So if only it pops up one time.
Driver's license number,
Yeah.
passport number, anything that is unique. What do you think they use? Hash set. Okay. Why? Because people may make mistakes. So if somewhere, if I don't use hash set, if I use an array list, in me handling the data, I could have 2 social security numbers. Okay, with 2 different name of people. Same social security number. So let's say this is social security number, SSN. And I could have 452 2036 and that, and then something like that. You get the point? Okay. And what if I have a different name, but accidentally some mistake happened and I have a duplicate number? That can mess up the system bad. Hash set will inherently avoid that from happening. It won't even print, it won't even save that duplicate. For example, if I had 2 duplicates, human make mistakes, but hash set will not. Look, how many data did I try to store? 4 of them. But this is the copy of this, and this is a duplicate of this. Therefore, hash set will only store how many data?
3.
2,
Oh, 2. Yes, sorry.
right?
Yeah, you said model year dot add. You got to change to SSS dot add. Yeah.
Correct. And then if I run this, because it has a minus sign, it's subtracted.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not like that.
So I just have to change this to a string
Okay, and put them in quotes. Yeah.
and put this in quotation.
That's funny. I was like, hold on.
All right, let's take a look at this. There you go. What? Oh,
Yeah, that has to be string too. There we go.
no duplicates. 4, 5, 2, 3, 6. That one, and printed that one, but found this one duplicate, didn't print it, didn't save it. It's gone. You won't be able to save a duplicate data at all. Okay?
Mhm.
Display all elements before and after adding a duplicate. You already saw this understanding. You got that, I think. Display all elements with the for each loop before and after. Let's do a quick for each loop on this one. Tony set it up for me.
So you're gonna do 4.
Good. Open, close,
Then
open,
you're gonna
close.
do yeah, do that. Then inside that, you're going to put the variable type, so string.
Yeah, let me give you more data to see. All right. String.
Then we're gonna name it S.
Good.
Then we're gonna do semicolon.
Colon.
Oh, colon. Sorry. So we're gonna do colon, and then after that, we're gonna put the set of whatever the hash set. So it's gonna be SSN name.
Correct. Good job. That. And Haley, tell me, how do I print out?
It says that. Yeah, it says out print out.
Uh-huh.
And then is it just not SSN? No,
Not
I don't remember.
the whole thing,
Oh, just S. Okay, just S.
just that individual. So it's gonna cycle through. So that S is gonna take that first data from that SSN. Then on the second round, that S is gonna take that second data, and then so forth. Because this guy only has 2, it's only gonna go twice, and there you have it. Ran it, and there's the data. What is the size, Tony, of this hash set? Take a guess.
What is the size?
Uh-huh.
2.
2.
Yeah.
That means it never really stored that duplicate data at all.
Yeah. It just fully ignores it all the way.
Yeah, and I don't need to go over anymore because you get the point now. I can do SSN dot. Look at this. Can I clear everything?
Yeah.
Can I dot remove?
Yeah.
Okay. So same thing that you did with everything else, except the only difference is that you cannot store duplicate data with hashs.
Got it.
Okay. Now, going into idea that Tony talked about is, you want to take 5 minutes break?
Sure.
Let's take a break and come back, and we're gonna do hash map, and that will be our end of the day. We'll do a couple more examples, and you should be okay with enough skills to finish your homework. Just want you to marinate this before you come. Hash set, hash map. Well, let me just give you a gist of this. All this time, when you were storing stuff, my pen periodically stops working. I have to restart the pen. Whoa, that's too tiny. Close. There you go. There you go. So all this time, Java has been storing stuff for you like this. For hash set, they stored this one here. Let me draw it like this. So Java went in here, stored it, stored this one, and saw duplicate, didn't store it, duplicate, didn't store it, gave index of 0 and index of 1. And Tony asked me, is there a way we can have like two-dimensional hash set, maybe two-dimensional array list where we can have two different types of data? Well, notice that this is a data as well. All this time, all the array lists that we use actually did use two-dimensional data. One dimension was always the type of int. With me so far?
Yeah.
Notice that this was a 0 and this is a 1. There is your one dimension. The other dimension was this social security number. So that was that 452 and so forth. And then the second dimension, second data was this one, 145. 145 and that. You had zero control over this. This was always set as data type int by Java. First one was always 0. Second one always would be 1. You had no control. But this you had control. You can remove that. You can save another one. You can delete that. You could clear all this, but you could not mess around with this. Are you with me so far?
Yes.
Hash map takes it to the steroid level where you get to choose what you want to put in here. You get to choose what you want to put in here. This will always be connected to that. This will always be connected to that, just like it did before, except you get to choose string for the first one and maybe int for the second one, or double for the second one, or any combination you want. That capability is going to be given to you by HashMap. You understand?
Yeah, that makes sense.
So we come back and we do that and it should be done. So see you in 5 minutes.
All right.
Are you all back here?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're back.
Okay, let's get started. So we'll call this class hash map 1, or example hash map. Again, this is part of collections. Hash map example. Finish. Hash map allows us to enter or store multiple unlimited data in key value pair. This is very important, this word.
Key value pair.
Key value pair. So you gotta say that word. This is like a button you wanna press when interviewer asks you question. What is hash map? It allows us to store data in key value pair. Basically, that means this is the index and there's the value. In the past, Java was still storing data in 0 and 1, and this was Stein and this was Loretta. Okay, that was the key, and this was the value. The 1 was the key, and that's the value. With hash map, we get to call our key ourselves. We get to name the key ourselves. We, of course, had the control to name the values, but we never had the control to name the keys or the indexes. Now we have. So that's why it's called key value pair. And it's always going to be paired. The 0 is always going to be Stein. And 1 is always going to be Loretta. Or however way I want to store this. So watch this. Whatever I want to do. So if I wanted to say, I have a set of data. For example, if somebody give me a set of data and I see there is a connection between these data, example, BMW, and the model year is 0 to 60 in, like, I'm making this up. It's called cars. And 0 to 60, it goes in 3 seconds. You got Ford. 0 to 60, it goes in 5 seconds. And you got Lambo. 0 to 60 in 2.5 seconds. And I want to store this data. I know that this 3 belongs to this guy and they are connected. They won't change. Therefore, this is an ideal situation for me to create a hash map and store this data. Therefore, I would go in here and say hash map. Okay, no difference like you did before. And open, close, angle brackets. Let me zoom in just a little bit more. Okay. Didn't we put the data type right here?
Yeah.
How many data now I have? How many sets?
2 sets.
2 sets. Which one do you want to be the first one? Let's call this row the first set, the cars. What kind of data type do I want for this first set?
String.
String. Then you write the word string, and you put a comma.
Oh, okay. Next one is double.
And next one is double. That's very good, Tony. That you saw this 2.5 and you're like, I can't store this in int.
Uh-huh.
Then I'm gonna need double. Am I gonna write double like this?
No, you gotta do uppercase D.
We have to use
Because
the
you-
wrapper class, right? With the uppercase. Good. So I'll write the word double like that. Any questions so far?
No, no question.
Okay. Now I can give it a name, whatever I want. So we'll call this, I don't know, 0 to 60.
Yeah, 0 to 60 sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm mixing it up so that you know that I have the authority to add numbers in here too. And then go in here, say new, like a broken record, copy the whole thing in here, open close parenthesis and semicolon to close, and you're done. Click on it, import hash map from Java util. Click that, it's gonna give you this import package. It will connect to that packet. And now you have all the capabilities with this hash map. Any questions so far?
No, no questions.
Let's add some data. So take the 0 to 60, and we're gonna bring it here and add some data. If I put a dot, it gives me a list of things. The magic spell is put, P-U-T.
Put. Okay.
And you will notice that in here we've got several. But look, he kind of knows that this is what you use with the string first, because that's how you made me. Okay?
Okay. Got it.
And then you made me to take double on the second round, on the second data that also got initialized with double. So if you choose that option and take it, first data you want to put in, oopsie, escape. You want to say BMW, and that's in the format of a string. So if you put it in a string and write BMW, everybody's happy. Okay? This value you said double, that's double, it's 3 seconds. Do I need quotation here?
I don't know. Do you with uppercase D?
No,
Double?
you don't.
Okay.
You can just say 3 and you're done.
Okay.
It is complaining,
Yeah,
let's
just-
see.
What does it say?
It says the method put takes double. Let me zoom in here.
The method put down.
The method put takes double hash map is not applicable for argument string and int. Hold on.
So you gotta do 3.0?
Yes. Look at this. He's thinking I'm putting int. He's not able
Yeah.
to understand that. That's okay. Sometimes there are limitations, so you just go ahead and put dot 0.
Hmm.
And now it's happy.
Now it's happy. So we'll have to
Okay.
do the same thing for the other guy. So let's go ahead and duplicate this line right here. One more line right here. All we're gonna change is the value to Ford, and this is gonna be a 5 seconds. Could be a Lambo, and we got 2.5 seconds. Okay. Now let's print it out and see how it looks like. So if I print out system out and take this 0 to 60 and print it out there. Notice
Got it.
how it's saying Lambo is 2.5 seconds with an equal sign, trying to tell you that this data, these two are key value pair. This is the key. First one is always the key. The second one is the value. I mean, key comes from the word keyword, meaning that cannot be duplicated. Okay? The key and the value. Key and the value.
Okay.
Now, if I wanted to print out certain things, like I wanted to print out what is the speed of Lambo, I can do that too. I could say maybe I should do it in here. Let me take this one, number 8, because it works out better for notes. So we'll call this class hash map example 8. Clean all that up. Paste it here. Create a hash map of string and int, store name and age. Hash map, open, close, string and int. So string, integer, name and age.
Yeah.
New hash map,
String integer, closed up in parentheses. Yep.
and import. Okay. Store 5 names and ages. So I gotta store 5 names and ages. I can't store just 5 names. It has to have a name, a key, and a value. Understand?
Yeah.
So I go in here, name, and I have to put dot put. Take that, and in here, 5 name. I'm gonna say Mike, and because this is integer, I don't need to put quotation. I'm gonna say he's 25 years old. And I'm gonna copy paste this a few times. Ask me to do 5 times. I got Sam, he's 35. Emily, 29. Jason and Jose, 20. If I print this out, and just say name and ages and print, it's gonna give me all of that. We are good so far. Display the age of certain individuals. So if I wanted to print out certain individuals' age, I could do that. Or I could print out certain individual's name if I knew what the age is. Vice versa. How? System out, and I could go name, and the magic word is get.
Get.
Okay? Now notice
There's several types of gets.
it's just telling me object. It's not telling me whether a string or an integer, but what did we say about object?
It can be anything.
It can be anything. So it doesn't matter what you say. You can choose anything you want to. That's like default. So if you take that, Now, if I just say Jose, I have to put it as a string. If I write the word Jose, it's gonna print out his age to me. Watch this. Right there.
Hmm.
If I wanted an individual's name with certain age, let's say I want to find out who is 35 years old. So if I take this system out, and if I use the same method called get, this time I don't want, if I specify who has that age of 35, I just have to write the word 35. Okay?
Would you have to put it in the quotes, or is it already an integer? Oh, it's already an, okay.
Put it in quote because I've not created him in integer.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Because yeah, I built him as an integer,
Okay, that's my bad.
and that's why I have to use integer. But yeah,
Okay.
if I use quote, he's gonna get confused now and not find anything. Let's see. Gave me nothing. He couldn't find anything, so gave me null. But if I take this off and now run it, whose name is it gonna give me? It's gonna be Sam. But what's the issue here? That didn't work well. That's not.
Why is it null?
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know.
it shouldn't be.
The only thing I'm thinking, maybe that doesn't work. Maybe I need to use something else. Let's see. Let's see what I did on my notes. Well, I don't want to say that you can only put key and get the value. Let me retype this. If not, I'll debug this later and get back to you next week.
Yeah, is it only with key? Because it says object key.
Yeah, it could possibly be just the key. That you can only give key and get the value and not the other way around. But that contradicts to what I'm about to show you later on. Anyway, let me come back to this. Display all key and value using a for loop. All right. How are we going to do that? Let's see. For. Now there's one challenge here. We got this data stored in two different places.
Yeah.
We got this stack. So that one. This is called key set. Okay, you know it's called key, but in methods it's called key set. And this is values. So when I'm printing this out, it's a little tricky. It's not gonna, if I use a for loop, there's two sets of stuff. So it's gonna be like the two-dimensional nested for loop. Remember we did that for array? It's
a for loop with the for loop inside.
Correct. We have to do a for loop for this guy and then for loop for this guy nested inside to print these things out. So let's see how we're going to do this. So first, if I wanted to print out these things, it can be done with one for loop. I could do, I know if I wanted to print out, first ones are string. So if I say string s colon and take this name, and
Yeah, name and age.
but I can't leave it like this. If I say dot key set,
Dot key or contains key. Okay. Key set.
Yeah.
so if I do dot key set, it's only going to look for the first column of data.
Okay.
And it's going to loop through the first column of data only. And it's this S is going to become that first data, which is Emily. Okay. With this name.age.keyset, name and ages.keyset, I am only taking Emily, Mike, Jose, Jason, and Sam. That's it. No ages. Only the keys. And it's going to loop through that and display. With me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
So if I print out this S right here and run it, it's just going to give me those names. Emily, Mike, Jason, Sam, and that's it. I can do the same thing, and this time instead of keyset, if I say the word values, lowercase, if I choose this method called values, then it's going to give me all their ages. It's going to loop through only the ages. It's giving me an error because he knows the values are not in string. They are
Integer.
integer. Understand?
Mm-hmm.
Run it. There's the names got printed out with this one. And these are their ages got printed out with this. Okay, we're halfway there to print out all of them in one single loop. Now, you could just use these two and be fine with it. Or you use this one. It's a little tricky, but again, I don't think you'll ever need to use it. You can get away with this. So if I do 4, a nested condition, and I'm going to take this first condition. Let me just quickly revisit because I can't remember this all the time. Yeah, you don't even need a nested. Take a look at this. System out. You want to print this first. So you could say print out S and the plus. And we're going to use this idea. Remember this get right here? On this get method, we used what was there in the key.
Yeah.
And that actually printed out the value for me.
Mm-hmm.
I can use that same idea right here. I can take this name. Let me put some space here before it turns out messy. Take that, put a dot get, and inside this get, I just want that same key to go in there. So I take S, replace that.
And that's yeah.
Now if I print it out, it's first going to print the key and then give me a space and print out the value.
Okay. All right. Understood.
Emily,
That's why you don't even have to do a nested loop.
you don't even have to do another nested loop.
Yeah, it's easy.
And then you can do Emily there. So that's 29 and 25 for Mike and stuff. If you want to fancy this out, do you remember how to put a tab right here?
To put a what?
Put a tab. It's something with the backward slash.
Oh, N.
N will give you a new line, but if you use the letter T,
Okay.
it's gonna give you a tab. And tab is gonna align this thing to look beautiful. So if I run this now,
Uh-huh.
Oh, that looks nice.
it added a tab right next to it. Okay?
Okay.
All right, there are some other methods that you can do. Display size before and after clearing all, you can do clear. And it will clear for you. You can, let me see, what else? Dot contains, whether it contains any key or contains value, it will tell you true or false if it contains that. Entry set, get object is empty will tell you whether it's empty or not, true or false. Remove, you can replace a key with something. Let me try this one for you just to show you. So let's say if I wanted to replace this guy, Jason, with 20, I can do that. I can just write Jason here and put from 15 it was before, now I say 20, that now got replaced. And if I wanted to print this out, it's gonna show me that Jason got replaced with 20 years. Print it out. Notice Jason was 15 before, and now Jason got replaced with 20. Okay, any questions? I don't want to
No.
do any more because I have all these syntaxes for you here.
Mm-hmm.
How to add, how to get the data, how to remove the data, how to clear the whole thing, how to get the size. No difference whatsoever.
Got it.
I'm going to quickly finish up with Iterator. Iterator is something you will never use, but you might have some smarty pants ask you questions on this. Chances are they don't even understand very well, but they just want to show off in the interview. And it would be nice if you knew a few things and what it does. Iterator is another class to loop through collections. It makes looping through a little bit easier with the while loop. That's all it does. And I'll show you how to wrap things up in it. So I'm taking a class. No, I can't. Hey guys, give me 5 minutes, please.
All right, that's fine.
Hey guys, I'm back though. Are you guys here?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get started. It's a long class. Where was I? Iterator. I want to go back into one of these classes and explain. Well, let me create a new class. A package called Iterator. Example. And what it does. I didn't have any homework for you to do on this. So no worries if you don't get this. Even myself, I'm sometimes a bit confused and I don't have this memorized because I don't use this. So we'll create a class called Iterator example. I just want you to know the word when interviewer asks you. Don't panic and don't show that you never heard this. Then they're gonna think that you don't have the experience. So I'm just gonna copy this, any one of these. Let's say this array list right here, saving me some time. Suppose I created this array list and I have these three things right here. Totally unnecessary, but I could put this class right here inside an iterator and that would give me some other capabilities. Okay, so how do I do that? I could create a class called iterator, create a iterator object. Iterator. Again, I need to double check how I did that before. Okay. All right. So iterator and same open close angle bracket. And because my data is string, I would have to choose the same data type here, string. And generally, people just call it in short for iterator. And you want to say equal to, you want to take this array that you created and assign it to it with that equal sign. You don't have to say the word new. You can just take the word cars dot, and there is a method called iterator. What you're just doing is you're taking this cars, changing it into an iterator type and storing it in the name called it, which will give the capabilities of iterator, meaning it has more magic spells. Click on it, hover over, import iterator Java util. Okay, now with this magic it, which happens to be the same thing as cars, but with cars had some magic spell, now it has more magic spells than cars. Are you with me so far?
Yeah, we're with you.
Okay, so instead of using the word cars, I can use the word it, which has a little more magic spell than cars. How? I could say it dot has next. This is a method that's going to tell me true or false if there is any more data left. Or if I say it dot next, it's going to give me the next data. This one. Okay. And I can use a while loop. Generally, they use a while loop and say like this. Instead of using a for loop, if you just put in it dot has next, that's it. This guy is smart enough to keep rotating as long as there is enough data in. You don't have to put a size there. You don't have to initialize I, nothing whatsoever. And if you want to print out, all you do is system out and take that word it, put next. That's it.
So it dot, okay. Yeah, absolutely.
got next. So these are the two methods that you need to know: has next
And
and next.
get next. Okay.
And memorize this part, how to create it. Now, if I run this, it went through the whole thing, printed Honda first. It noticed has next was true. That means there's one more thing there. So he went in again, printed Toyota. He came back up here. It dot has next said true because there's BMW there. He came down here. It dot next printed the BMW, and then came back up here. Oops. And then went up there. Has next said false. There's nothing there. Came back and exited this. Didn't want to go back inside.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Is that practical to use this method a whole lot?
I've seen my boss has this method in the code,
Okay.
and there are some codes that I still don't understand what he wrote,
Okay.
and I try to make sense of it. But I think I need to take advanced Java to go in there on the systems level. Like he's an architect, so he built the framework, and there are some codes that I don't understand.
Okay.
For that, I may need to take more advanced level of Java. But for me to do my work, as long as I'm not an architect, I can get away with not knowing these codes.
Okay.
Okay. So this is one of them. You don't need to, you will never need to apply this if you want to. And there may be a lot more other things that you may have to do. I'm going to do a real quickly number 10 here and be done with it. Sorry, I got to give you this. I know it's taking time, but I don't want to do this next week. Store 5 state and corresponding capital cities in the map. Display, this is the example for bonus points right here on your project, which is this one here. I broke it down even more so you can see it better, but this one is not so much broken down. Display each capital city from the map and take user input of the correct state. Display right or wrong if they got it right or wrong, and keep a count of the right answers and display the final score. This is a quiz. It's a quiz that's going to ask you to type in the name of a capital city of a state. If you get it right, it's going to say you got it right. And it's going to give you points at the end. Got it?
Got it.
So we're going to develop a quiz right now. And I'm going to do this in here, called class and example 10. So I'm applying what I learned in real world right now. And here's the question. Okay. And I'm going to go down here and do this complicated stuff one at a time. First, store, state, and corresponding capital cities in a map. 5 of them. So I need to create a map. Hash map. I'm going to go pretty fast on this, guys. If you stop me if you don't understand. I got this hash map. I know I got to store state and capital city. So both of them are string. And I'll just call it data. All right. Or state and capital.
Uh-huh.
And capital city. Cities. Equal to new broken record, copy this.
Now string, yep.
And then open, close. This is
Parentheses, semicolon, yeah.
Yeah. Import hash map. Store 5 data. So state and capital cities dot put. With me so far?
Yep.
First one, Texas. This is the data, this is the correct answers. If the user
Austin.
provides these answers, they get it right. And this is gonna be Austin. And I got 5 of these. I got Colorado,
Denver.
Denver. This is gonna be Denver. I got, give me another one.
New Jersey.
New
Trenton.
Jersey. Did I spell Jersey? S-E-Y, right?
Yes.
Oh, you give me a complicated one. What is this? Trenton?
Trenton. Yeah, Trenton.
Trenton.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Another one?
New York, Albany.
Yeah.
Okay, New York. Albany, B-A-N-Y or B-E-N-Y?
BA, yeah, just like that.
Okay.
And why do I not know capitals?
Is it Las Vegas, Nevada?
I think so. It's either Las Vegas or Reno.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's Reno.
All right. So,
It's for Nevada and Reno.
Nevada.
What is it? What's the capital of Nevada? Reno. Oh, okay, so that's that.
Did I spell it right?
I think you take the H off.
There's the Ariano.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Oh,
There you go.
so we got this 5 things in here. This is the correct answers. We stored it in the hash map. Display each capital city from map and take user input of the correct state. So we're going to display Austin. They're going to have to say which state. Or we could say Texas and then display which city. I like that better. Display each state from map and take user input of correct city, capital city. Right? So let's make that happen. Because I need user input, I'm going to do scanner, new scanner, system.in. With me so far?
Yep.
Import scanner. Display state. So I'm going to display this state. I want the user input to be stored. Understand with me?
Yep.
So system out. I want to display that first city here. Understand that we're going to have to loop this through, okay? But don't go to the loop first. You're going to get so confused. You do one case first, then you loop that whole thing. So you take this first one, display it to the user. Dot get object. This time I am just going to say get what if I put 0? Right? Let's print this out and see how it looks. Gave me nothing.
Didn't like that.
Yeah. That gives me Austin. If I put Austin in here,
Yeah. This is only
gives me nothing. So I can easily print Austin, not the other way around, but we saw that we could do that with that. In a loop, remember that? For
yeah.
string s with that,
Yeah, state and capital cities.
and then we did key set. Yes?
Yep.
And then we could say system out and print this S,
Yep.
print it out, and now it gave me Texas, New
Yeah.
York, Texas, Colorado, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we'll start from here.
Okay.
So there's that first one, it's going to display to the user, and I might just say in here to the user, what is the capital city of, and then leave that as there with the plus sign, and a plus here, and then put some space here. Let's see how that prints. See what happened? What is the capital city of New York, Texas? I need a space right here.
Mm-hmm.
So I put a space here. Print it out.
Yeah.
Better?
Yes.
This is going to be the question you're going to ask the user, and then you want to take the input of the user is going to type that answer right here.
Mm-hmm.
If they get it right, you're going to say right. If they get it right, you're going to say wrong and stuff like that. So I want to put a colon right here to make it look nice. So I can put a colon here. How does that look like? There. And then the answer.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
How about a question mark? Better.
Yeah, it's better.
Answer is going to go here. I'll put a space extra so it gives me a space here as well to type in. Now, I want to take the user input and store it somewhere temporary. Understand?
Yep.
Let's create a variable. Notice I don't want to create a variable here. What's the difference between me creating a variable here versus outside the for loop?
That's global versus local.
Correct. Global, everybody can use. If it's inside the for loop, you can only use it inside the for loop, and nobody else will know what that is.
Yep.
So you go here and say user input. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
User input. Just create one, something like a.
Yeah.
And in here, you take this user input, and now with the scanner, you can spell dot next. You get the user input and you stored it right here.
Mm-hmm.
With me so far?
Yep.
Let's see if it works. Run. Here's what is the capital city? It got printed out. New York got picked first. Now it's waiting for me to type something. If I type, let's say, Albany. If I hit enter, it goes to the next one. Understand?
Yeah.
I'm not done yet. So if I type in something, goes to the next one, something.
Yeah, you haven't assessed if it's right or wrong yet.
Exactly. That's what we're going to do right now. Okay?
Mm.
So for every single round, we got to check to see if it's correct or not correct. So my home is still inside this loop. Now, here, who can tell me what kind of Java statement do I need to compare? Whether the answer is correct or not.
String?
If statement, guys. You have to know like what logic you need. If statement.
Okay, could you put a switch here or no?
You could put a switch here as well. But if it's gonna be better.
Okay.
Because if will update with you as it goes. So
each step, yeah.
Let's establish this. This is my user input. And that user input has to match with this data that's in here.
Yeah.
Not just any, but it has to be matching with whatever computer decides to print out. And the computer decides to print out New York first. Okay? So
Mhm.
I go in here and say if user input dot equals ignore case. Okay? Now I got a match with the value for that. Okay? So this is going to give me the key. Agree?
Mhm.
If I say state and capitals dot get, and inside if I put that S, wouldn't that do it?
Yeah.
State capital dot get method, if I put the key, that's gonna bring me the value, which is Albany from way up here.
Uh-huh.
If the computer picks New York first, that's the key, which becomes the value of S. And if I put it in the get method, it's gonna give me Albany.
Okay.
Let me just quickly go here and show you. If I take this and put dot get, and if I put the word New York, if I print this now, system out, it's gonna print out Albany for me. Okay? So going down here, that user input is being compared with my hash map, get me the value where the key is whatever you choose, whatever the system is bringing in, or whatever is being printed right here is gonna go.
The key set.
Yes. So if I now say, if that's the case, then I want you to print out, you got it right. You got it. You got it right. Let's see if that works. Run it. New York. If I say Albany, hit enter, you got it right, and then went into the next question.
Oh wow. Okay. It worked.
Okay?
This is cool.
I do want to print out an extra line here right after this, so I'm going to put a /n. No question there, yes?
Yeah. No question.
Yeah.
Run it again. Albany. It gave me, you got it right. Moved on to the next question. What's the taxes? At this point, if I write gibberish, it doesn't know what to do. It goes into the next question.
You have to repeat it.
No, you gotta put an else now.
Correct. I
Well, and
put an else and then say, well, obviously you didn't get it right. What else can there be? There's no condition needed. You could say, you got it wrong. I copy that, paste it here, and say, wrong. Let's test it out. First one, Albany. Albany, you got it right. For state of Texas, gibberish. You got it wrong. Colorado, Denver. Enter. You got it right. New Jersey, rubbish. and then I got it wrong. Another one, rubbish, and then got it wrong and done. With me so far?
Yes.
Yep.
Now we have to do a score. Like, what did I score? Okay? Now, we got to have another variable called score. What kind of score do you want?
What kind of score?
1 to 100.
An integer?
Okay, an integer, we're going to call it score and put the value 0 for first.
Mm-hmm.
And each point, like 5 questions, each question we're going to call 20 points.
Okay.
So that would be 100. If you got all 5 correct, it's 100 points. Okay? Now, when am I going to give you points?
If they're only correct.
If they're only correct, which happens to be right in here.
Uh-huh.
Agree?
Yeah. You
If-
put another line, another method.
Right. If you're correct, then the executor comes here. And this is exactly where I want that thing to happen. So I have to add something in here for that score. So here's the score.
Plus 20.
I would do equal to, come on,
Equal to 20.
there is one problem with that.
It doesn't increment.
It will not increase. It will always end up being 20.
So plus equal.
Look at this. If I just kind of block that out and run it, Texas, Austin, you got it right. Colorado, Denver, I got it right. Oh, I didn't print out the score.
Yeah, there's no setup. Yeah.
So I got to do, look what I'm doing. I look at where the loop ends. It starts here, ended here, going down, system out, print out, score, and say your score. You scored. Okay. Run it. Austin, Denver. What did I score?
Yeah, you should have had a 40.
It has to be 40. It should have been 40, but every time it went down here, it kept storing 20 to this. And Tony, you got it right. You have to say plus equals. This is the fanciest way you can do that. It's not
Okay.
just going to be adding 20 to the score, but also keep whatever the value already was there.
Yeah.
That's one way to do it. And the other way we saw, we could say score equal to score plus 20.
Yeah.
Your choice.
Okay.
Either one of these does exactly same thing. So let me hash this out. But if you use this, people think, this guy is genius. Right? If you use this, okay, level 2. So let's try this out now. Texas, Austin. And what is the capital of Colorado? Denver. And got it right. Both my score is 40. It's not asking me anymore because I took this part off.
Yeah.
If I activate this in the memory, it's gonna, for loop is gonna rotate more. Let's run it out now. Run this. New York, Albany. I'm gonna make mistake on purpose on some. I'm gonna say Dallas, Fort Texas, Denver, New Jersey, Trenton, and Nevada, Reno, and notice my score is 80
Okay.
Hmm.
because I got this one wrong.
Yeah.
It didn't give me that 20 points because when I made that mistake, the Java did not even go inside this if statement to add that extra 20 to it. That's when it got skipped out and it says you got it wrong. And he actually went into this statement and printed that instead and skipped everything that was there. Any question?
No question. It makes sense now.
All right, great. So I'll post this. Give me 15 minutes. It will be up here. This is the same thing as this one here. This is the data: car, what year, light bulb, created first light bulb, first flight, human flight, 1903, man on the moon and stuff, cell phone. And you create a quiz where it's gonna ask first car, what year, and then user have to type in what year. And then if it's right or wrong, it's going to print out right or wrong and display the score just like this. So ideally, once I have these notes right here, worst case scenario, you could even copy my code from this code snippet spot, put it in your homework, and just change a few things. You got that? Okay. It's gonna it should be pretty easy, but again, I'm available Thursday. If you need homework help, do text me like you did before, and we can have another session there.
Okay.
Right? If you do attend, what I will do is Shobu's halfway completed his homework with the switch. I think he hit a dead end, and he couldn't figure it out. And I will sit with that, and wherever he left off, I'm going to fill in the blank and finish that with the switch. So that might be a pretty good learning experience. If no more questions, guys, thank you so much. Have a wonderful rest of the weekend.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Bye.